Total property crime is up 28%. Homicides are up 37% since 2019. DC clearly has a crime crisis. The DC Council saw these rising crime trends, but rather than support policies to protect the residents, it did the opposite. On November 15, 2022, the DC Council passed the Revised Criminal Code Act of 2022. It contains several soft-on-crime measures that would escalate DC's crime. The Revised Criminal Code Act eliminated almost all mandatory minimum sentencing requirements for violent crimes, and it drastically reduced the maximum penalties for many violent crimes. These and other changes further embolden criminals to run rampant throughout the nation's capital. Mayor Muriel Bowser vetoed this legislation last December. Yet the council persisted in pushing its soft-on-crime agenda and voted to override Mayor Bowser's veto. Affects the DC Council's Revised Criminal Code Act. Some blasted this effort as a partisan attack on the district, including many of my Democrat colleagues in this room. But this resolution passed Congress under bipartisan support and was signed by President Biden earlier this month on March 20th. Hopefully, DC officials took notice and are reconsidering its soft-on-crime approach. Today, we are fortunate to have two witnesses from the DC Council to answer how they plan to move forward in reducing the crime plaguing our capital. The council must work with our men and women in uniform to craft legislation and policies that support the Metropolitan Police Department in thoughtful ways to ensure public safety. The council also needs to focus on the district's children who have been placed last in priority the past few. Also led to record level truancy. In 2022, 48% of DC students qualified as chronically absent, 48%. Almost half of DC students are not consistently going to school. And now, DC students' long-term prospects are sinking. Experts are projecting an over 40% decline in students seeking advanced education after high school. In 2022, DC ranked 4th from last in high school graduation rates among U.S. cities. Something needs to be done to turn this around. I hope to hear some solutions today. The district must also take steps to address financial concerns outlined by one of today's witnesses, Chief Financial Officer Glen Lee. In his February 28th report, Mr. Lee determined that DC is in a weaker financial position in 2023 than it was in 2022. Some of those reasons include the progressive policies and programs. One of these programs is free busing, but free busing is not free. Taxpayers still have to pay for it. And unfortunately, DC is losing taxpayers as businesses and residents are fleeing at a record pace. DC must prioritize policies that promote economic growth, not find ways to spend money it doesn't have. I look forward to hearing from our witnesses about ways that DC intends to spur growth and encourage business. One idea is simply protecting your residents and small business owners. That will go a long way in promoting economic growth. This Congress, this committee, has and will continue to conduct oversight of the District of Columbia. We must, for its residents, our constituents who visit from across the country, and those who work in this city, they deserve a safe and for opening remarks.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. There are two problems in America that we could solve today and that would unify the American people. First is the problem of gun violence and related forms of criminal violence. And second is the problem of disenfranchisement and unresolved struggles for political democracy and equal rights in the country. No one is in favor of lethal gun violence, and everyone should be in favor of full democratic inclusion and participation. And yet, rather than working together to solve these two problems, which we could easily do, our GOP colleagues would simply use the existence of one problem to block the solution of the other while doing nothing to address either of them. When a mass shooter guns down 3 children and 3 adults, as happened and wounds 22 others at a Walmart in El Paso, Texas, or a gunman murders a DC Metro Transit employee trying to protect riders from the armed attacker, as happened in Washington last month, these acts of deranged criminal violence should be a spur to immediate nationwide bipartisan action to pass a universal violent criminal background check on the sale of all firearms in the United States of America, a measure supported by more than 90% of the American people. And it should be a spur to ban military-style weapons of war on the streets of America, in the schools and churches, and in the supermarkets and shopping malls. And this will work. And how do we know it will work? Well, America has the loosest, most permissive and liberal gun laws in the world, and we have a rate of gun violence unseen. Violence is the leading cause of death for children. If we took actions that our counterparts have taken from Canada to Japan to Australia, we would dramatically lower the rates of gun death in America. The states with the strictest gun laws today have the lowest rates of gun homicide, and the states with the loosest gun laws have the highest rates of gun homicide. But alas, our GOP colleagues throw up their hands. They bewail and bemoan the existence of evil in the world, as if we were cloistered theologians rather than responsible public officials. And they say there's nothing, just nothing that we can do to stop criminal gun violence. Our dear colleague, Congressman Tim Burchett, is a genuinely decent and beloved man around here. And even he just gave voice to this pervasive and shot in school in Nashville. He said, it's a horrible, horrible situation, and we're not going to fix it. He said, criminals are going to be criminals. But even worse than this fatalistic surrender to criminal violence in America is the decision today to use the stubborn pervasiveness of criminal violence everywhere in America as an excuse to deny people in one community their basic rights as Americans to participate in representative government on an equal basis. And that's what's happening in this hearing. The more than 700,000 U.S. citizens living in Washington, D.C. pay more taxes per capita than the people of each of the 50 states. They have fought in every war from the American Revolution forward. They are draftable. They are subject to all the laws of the country. In presidential elections in 1961 with passage of the 23rd Amendment. But they're disenfranchised in Congress. The only residents of a national capital on planet Earth who are not represented in their own national legislature, and they're fighting a crime problem that Americans are fighting everywhere, from Washington to Louisville, Kentucky, to Bakersville, California. Yet when violent insurrectionists came to this chamber on January 6th, 2021, the people of Washington, as Capitol officers, as officers in the Metropolitan Police Department, as staffers and as citizens, rallied to the defense of the Republic and the very Congress that they cannot participate in as voting members. If anyone had an authentic political grievance against the Union, it would be them. But no, they stood up to defend the Congress. And now, the very same members who have come together today to denounce crime in Washington and the response of the DC government that they know very little about are astonishingly many of the same members who visited violent criminals in the DC jail and praised them as heroes and political prisoners as if they were Nelson Mandela or Alexei Navalny. What an obscenity and what a disgrace to this institution. In any event, the people of Washington never attacked our body or our officers. They're demanding change the right way. They organized a statehood convention and a statehood referendum in 2016, and they petitioned us for admission to the Union. The House voted in both the 116th and the 117th Congresses to grant their petition for admission to statehood. The Senate failed to act in both cases. Their union of 50 states. The vast majority of the members of the House, 307 of us, represent people living in states that were admitted by Congress under Article 4, rather than people living in one of the original 13 states that ratified the Constitution, who are represented by only 128 representatives. I happen to be one of those, but all of us have equal votes, regardless of whether we were one of the first or we were one of the most recent states to be admitted. In the process of state admissions, all kinds of objections have been raised. We said Utah was too Mormon, New Mexico too Catholic. Other candidates were thought too poor, too big, too small. Hawaii and Alaska were non-contiguous, so they were obviously too far away and unqualified. Texas was its own country, and where does it say that they were likely to be traitors and un-American? Louisiana was way too French. And one of the main criticisms leveled against almost every community has been that the people there were too wild, too criminal, and too ruffian to be admitted. And of course, beneath the surface, there's always been the quicksand of racial, religious, and ethnic animosity and hatred. But the amazing and redeeming fact of American history has been that ultimately all of these irrational, non-constitutional, and arbitrary objections have been swept away in favor of the great democratic imperative embodied in the first three words of the Constitution, we the people. And the Declaration of Independence set forth the beautiful, self-evident truths that have guided us as a country. All Americans born equal. All of us should be governed or taxed without their own direct representation. This hearing, called to malign the people of DC and their leaders for criminal violence that our colleagues will do nothing to stop, should instead be a hearing to examine and move statehood for the people of Washington, D.C. in the 118th Congress. And I know there will be lots of criticisms against this or that provision of D.C. law, this or that budgetary decision or policy decision, but all of it is quite beside the point. The people of Washington are an independent, self-governing community who want their statehood, and you no more have to agree with every law or government decision in Washington than you have to agree with every law or government decision in Louisiana or California or Massachusetts or New Mexico. In the Union that has not made a policy mistake. I'm certain there's not a member of this committee who would want every law and policy of your state or their localities to be examined and reviewed by the representatives of every other state whenever they think it's in their political interest to do that. Have our colleagues so given up on the possibility of making real progress together on reducing gun violence in America as a whole that they would prefer to turn the Congress of the U.S. into a 535-person city council, the largest city council on earth, just to bedevil and harass the people of Washington, D.C. Let these people have their equal rights. Let them have their democracy. I thank all of our witnesses for being here today. I thank the people of D.C. for your patience and determination as we work to secure statehood. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Currently serving his fourth term as chairman. Chairman Mendelson serves as one of the council's 5 at-large members. Charles Allen also serves as a member of the D.C. Council, representing Ward 6, the district's largest ward. Mr. Allen has been a council member for 8 years, during which he has also served as chairman of the Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety and is the current chairman of the Committee on Transportation and Environment. Glen Lee currently serves as the Chief Financial Officer of the District of Columbia, a post he has held since June of 2022. Mr. Lee's role is that of an independent CFO. He manages the district's financial operations, which include more than 1,700 staff members in the tax and revenue administration, the Treasury, the Comptroller and Budget offices, the D.C. Office of Lottery and Gaming, Economic Fiscal Analysis, and Revenue Estimation functions, and all district agencies. Greg. Pemberton year of service for the department and currently a detective grade 1. I look forward to hearing from all our witnesses about their experiences with the district as well as their efforts to work to ensure our nation's capital is a safe and well-managed place for all. Pursuant to Committee Rule 9G, the witnesses will please stand and raise your right hands. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Let the record show that the witnesses all answered in the affirmative. We appreciate all of you being here today and look forward to your testimony. Let me remind the witnesses that we have read your written statements and they will appear in full in the hearing record. Please limit your oral statements to 5 minutes. As a light will turn yellow. When the red light comes on, your 5 minutes has expired and we would ask that you please wrap up. I recognize Mr. Mendelson to begin with his opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman Comer, Ranking Member Raskin, Congresswoman Norton, and members of the committee. I am Phil Mendelson, Chairman of the Council of the District of Columbia. I am pleased to testify today. Chairman Comer's invitation cited 2 issues, city management and crime. With regard to city management, our successes are the envy of policymakers in states and cities around the country. 25 years ago, the district was under 17 consent decrees, 6 of which involved receiverships. Now, only 1 of these consent decrees remains, and it is nearing conclusion. Moreover, are to 60 days operating costs, a GFOA best practice. Our population is once again growing. For the past decade, we have seen the district government's revenues grow by at least 3% a year. Meanwhile, between 2015 and 2018, the district lowered its business income tax rate by almost 20%. We established a community college as part of our state university where residents can obtain an associate's degree or certificates in certain vocational specialties. Working with our Maryland neighbors, we raised our minimum wage. We also have a generous paid family leave law that benefits anyone who works in the district. We are making the district a good place to work. I would say our city management is strong. Affordable housing is in crisis across the country, but we have a robust array of policies in place. Indeed, on a per capita basis, we have the highest insured rates for our residents. The district was the first in the region to step up with dedicated funding for the Washington Metropolitan Area Transit Authority to get Metro Rail back to a state of good repair. The district continues to be a world-class tourist destination. As we sit here this morning, the district is hosting thousands of tourists for the National Cherry Blossom Festival, and our hotels are over 75% booked. We are a world-class theater town, boasting more theater seats than any city other than New York, and the district invests more funds per capita on our creative economy than any other jurisdiction in the United States. We run the The district has modernized or rebuilt almost 2/3 of its DCPS school, one of the largest, if not the largest, in the country, serving almost half our public school students. The district is so well run that the Wall Street ratings agencies have increased our ratings year after year. Until now, we are AAA with Moody's and one notch lower with Standard & Poor's and Fitch. But an explicit negative factor in their ratings is congressional interference with our governance. For instance, House Joint Resolution 42 would repeal the Comprehensive Policing and Justice Reform Amendment Act, which is already law in the district. Contrary to what some would say, this legislation is not an attack on police or a threat to public safety. Rather, it promotes police officers with a history of misconduct. It enhances our police violence, DUI, and shooting strangers while off duty. The primary opposition to this act comes from the DC Police Union, and their primary concern is that the law prohibits their ability to bargain the disciplinary process for bad cops. They couch their opposition more broadly, but it is the provision prohibiting their ability to bargain discipline that they took to court and lost, and then pressured me to water down or repeal. Our decision to include this prohibition is based on research which shows that police union negotiated discipline is bad for public safety, bad for accountability, and bad for oversight. Rather than blocking a police accountability bill, that with regard to crime, yes, there is considerable concern, but while but the number of violent crime incidents in 2022 was 45% lower than a decade earlier, and total violent crime last year was 7% less than the year before. I know this belies the common belief, and when it comes to crime, how people feel is important, but there is not a crime crisis in Washington, D.C. In conclusion, I must note that the four of us invited by the chairman do not embody the diversity that comprises Washington, D.C., and that we value. Nevertheless, I appreciate the committee's attention and this opportunity to testify. I look forward to answering any questions you might have. Thank you.
My name is Charles Allen, and I represent Ward 6 on the Council of the District of Columbia. Mostly to public safety in my testimony. The 13 members of the council are elected to represent the nearly 700,000 DC residents who pay federal taxes, proudly serve in our nation's military, and deserve full statehood, autonomy, and representation in this Congress. I'm honored to represent my constituents and all those who call the district home. I echo what Chairman Mendelson outlined about how strong, how well run, and how vibrant the district is, and I also note this invited panel does not reflect the rich diversity of our city. During my tenure as chair of the Judiciary Committee passed more than 120 bills, many of which are listed in my written testimony. We held nearly 250 oversight hearings. Public safety was my top priority with a focus on gun violence. A purpose and real-world understanding of the urgency of preventing and reducing crime. a real role that Congress can do. That's a heartbreaking perspective, but in an effort to be solutions-oriented, I would refer to the committee to the 10 recommendations for congressional action at the end of my written testimony, some of which I'll mention in a moment. Despite a 39% reduction in violent crime and a 25% reduction in property crime during my time on the council, we still have a lot of work to do. Many residents feel unsafe, and the district is experiencing persistent, troubling increases in 2 areas of violent crime in particular: homicides and carjackings. These trends are being seen nationwide, and the district is not immune. 40 lives have been taken due to gun violence this year, including 5 in my ward. This is simply unacceptable. Our strategy to a relatively small, identifiable group of people who are at most risk of committing or being victims in gun violence. And people also need jobs, education, stable housing, mental health services, all other components of successful participation in our society. This is not radical, this is realistic. It's also our reality that meaningful progress is confounded by the absurdity of the district's criminal justice system, which is within Congress's power to remedy. You could not have designed a more complicated and unsafe system if you tried. For example, we have a local police department, but almost all adult crimes are prosecuted by a federally appointed U.S. attorney. This position is unaccountable to D.C. residents and D.C. government. We can't control whether an arrest is papered or tried in court. Frankly, we aren't even respected enough to be told the outcome of a case that happens on our block. Everything they need to reintegrate successfully once their sentence is complete. And when they do come and help us bring back residents in federal custody close to their release so that we can better connect them with jobs and housing. Further, our courts are run federally. Our judges are federally appointed and federally confirmed. Congress can improve public safety by quickly confirming judges for our 11 vacancies. Meanwhile, evidence is growing stale, memories are fading, victims can't get closure, the innocent may be jailed, and the guilty are not being held accountable. Congress also must address gun trafficking. Illegal gun recoveries increased by 143% from 2013 to 2022 in the district. Our top 5 source states include Georgia, North and South Carolina, and we need leadership to help stem that tide. And lastly, don't overturn critical common sense bill. It prevents MPD from hiring officers who committed serious misconduct. He shouldn't have to rehire officers he fired for sustained misconduct like child abuse, domestic violence, sexual assault, at great expense to DC taxpayers. To conclude, we're making meaningful progress to reduce violence and crime in the district, in large part due to the unwavering commitment of the many residents in this room and watching at home today. I'm proud to represent you and call the District of Columbia my home, and I appreciate the committee's time and look forward to the conversation today.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. Mr. Lee, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Good morning, Chairman Comer, Ranking Member Raskin, Congresswoman Norton, and members of the House Committee on Oversight and Accountability. I am Glen Lee, Chief Financial Officer of the Government of the District of Columbia. I am pleased to provide testimony today on the state of positive general fund cash balance of exceeding $4.8 billion. Today, the district sits at the highest possible credit rating of AAA with Moody's, as was mentioned earlier, an accomplishment achieved by only 10 of the 25 largest cities in the country and a rating higher than 38 other states. This turnaround is testimony to the financial practices put into place and that continue to be enhanced by the district's elected leadership and key stakeholders. The district's financial practices include a balanced budget and multi-year financial plan, a 6-year capital improvement plan, best practices when it comes to cash management and reserve management. Requirements of 22 days. The district has implemented a comprehensive capital asset inventory system and long-range financial and capital plan to bring all assets or infrastructure to a state of good repair within the next 10 years. No other city or state in the United States has developed an implementable program to reach this goal. The district also has fully funded its public safety and teacher pension trust funds, a funding level few, if any, states can claim. Finally, the district has achieved 26 consecutive years of clean audits. As 26% of the workforce are and a diversifying economic base and fast-growing private sector. That said, the district is facing economic headwinds due to Federal Reserve action to raise interest rates in order to deal with inflation and declining commercial property values due to post-pandemic employment patterns, remote work. These factors have been incorporated into our forecast and financial plan, and the district leadership must balance their spending against the implications of these headwinds. In my experience, this level of fiscal discipline is unique in state and municipal government finance. In many respects unemployment compensation programs and runs a Department of Services and operates a school district. The district is similar to states in that we receive federal grants, mostly for Medicaid, education, and other human services and transportation programs. While the federal government's presence drives a large part of the economy, the district's budget is comparable to states in its reliance on federal dollars as a part of total revenue. A 2016 study estimated that the 50 states averaged 32% of state revenue derived from federal grants and aid. In the district, less than a quarter of the fiscal 2023 revenue will come from federal sources. Direct comparisons are difficult to make because the district performs both state and local functions. However, this illustrates that the district relies on less federal 2000, making it the 23rd largest city according to the U.S. Census. However, prior to the pandemic, roughly 500,000 workers from Virginia and Maryland, many of them federal employees, came to the district to work every day, almost doubling the population served during business hours. Services, operations, infrastructure must be sized to handle this large level of commuter population. In addition, approximately 30% of our total commercial property is owned by the federal government. Foreign mission buildings are another category of non-taxable property disproportionately located in the district. Between the diplomatic and federally owned buildings, we estimate the city forgoes over right now and is capable of overcoming the fiscal challenges that lay ahead due to its strong financial condition and institutionalized best financial practices. I thank you for allowing me the opportunity to provide testimony at this important hearing, and I am happy to answer any questions you have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Mr. Pemberton.
Good morning, members of the committee. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. As the chairman of the DC Police Union, I speak on behalf of approximately 3,200 sworn police officers, detectives, and sergeants who serve the District of Columbia as members of the Metropolitan Police Department. I'm a detective grade 1. I've worked for the MPD for 18 years, and I take great pride in serving the city. I'd like to focus the scope of my testimony today on issues related to public safety, crime, and law enforcement. More specifically, how numerous actions by the DC Council Council began introducing anti-police legislation designed, in their own words, to, quote, listen to the voices of district residents and act accordingly to bend the arc of justice, end quote. I'd like to provide a list of just some of the legislation that DC Council would introduce over the course of the next 2.5 years. The Comprehensive Policing and Justice Reform Emergency Amendment Act 7 times, the Comprehensive Policing and Justice Reform Temporary Amendment Act 4 times, Strengthening Oversight and Accountability of Police Amendment Act, the Revised Criminal Code Amendment Act, the Reducing Law Enforcement Presence in Schools Act, the Law Enforcement Qualified Immunity Cessation Act, the Law Enforcement Present Sense Impression Act, the Law Enforcement Vehicular Pursuit Reform Act, the School Police Incident Oversight and Accountability Amendment Act, and the White Supremacy in Policing Prevention Act. The rhetoric that council members used when speaking publicly about law enforcement amounted to nothing short of virulent attacks end quote. He also felt the need for Metropolitan Police Department officers to receive, quote, some kind of retribution. Other council members bragged about defunding the department or making, quote, the biggest reduction to MPD he had ever seen. Without delving into the granular details of how terrible these bills are or how blatantly awful the rhetoric used by the council was, I can assure the members of this committee that the direct result was a mass exodus of police officers from the department. To put a finer point on the issue of attrition, when I took office as head of the police union in April of 2020, membership reports showed that we had 3,626 members of the rank and file, which is all officers, detectives, and sergeants. Our most recent membership report from March 24th, 2023 states that we are down to 3,167. This is a net loss of 459 union members. Since the beginning of 2020, the MPD has lost 1,194 officers, 1/3 of the department. Concept of the number of police and the amount of crime, the following facts are indisputable. Over the past 6 years of plummeting numbers of police, homicides have increased 75%, armed carjackings have increased 227%, armed robberies have increased 46%, and most tragic and alarming is that last year alone, the juvenile homicide rate doubled. Additionally, the ability for MPD to hire new officers appears to be almost non-existent. Between October 1st, 2022 and February 28th, 2023, just a 5-month window, the MPD lost 165 sworn members while only hiring 68, a deficit of 97 officers. If these deficits continue, MPD will lose 396 employees per year. This negative trend currently shows no signs of stopping, meaning that the concept of increasing the number of officers is completely unattainable without immediate and comprehensive changes to the way employees are treated by their elected officials. Over the past 2.5 years, we were ignored. Now, over 2 years later, we have all seen the results of the DC Council's experiment. The empirical data is in, and we know for certain that their efforts have been an abject failure, resulting in thousands of more victims of crime for the city. The lasting impacts of these horrible policies will not be fully realized for some time, and the efforts to repair the damage done could take decades without swift and thoughtful actions. The purpose of my testimony here today is to inform the committee on this ongoing crisis that exists in the district and to publicly state that we are prepared to assist in any way we can. Again, I thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I welcome any questions the committee may have. Thank you.
Thank you all for your opening statements. We now enter into the 5-minute questioning portion of our hearing today. Chair recognizes Ms. Fox for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank our witnesses for being here today. Mr. Pemberton, just this Saturday we saw One Police Chief Robert Conti, on average, any given homicide suspect in D.C. has already been arrested 11 times before he or she actually commits homicide. Why is D.C. allowing violent criminals to remain on the streets for so long? And I'd like a fairly concise answer, please.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for that question. Most of the answer for that is that the criminal penalties that exist within our criminal justice system are incredibly weak. And that's due a lot to provisions passed by DC Council. There's the Youth Rehabilitation Act, there's the Incarceration Reduction Act, there's the Public Safety and Justice Act. There's a number of provisions that have been put in place that reduce sentencing guidelines for DC Superior Court.
So to keep violent offenders from returning to the street, the DC Council needs to tighten up on the penalties. Is that lane closures and new medians being constructed across the city? What impact do these measures have on police response times?
Well, particularly in main thoroughfares, when bike lanes are introduced, it does impede police response times because it makes it much more difficult for emergency vehicles to get through those areas.
Right, thank you. Mr. Mendelson, we all know schools were shut down for long periods during the COVID pandemic, which has created tremendous learning losses, drops in test scores, and contributed to the city's low graduation rates. Do you see a link between these school closures and the high truancy rate that still linger in DC? And I just need a yes or no.
It's difficult to just give a yes or no. There is some link. But as we're coming out, I mean, our school system, our schools
nearly half of DC students qualified as chronically absent during 2022, a rate which has persisted since the COVID school shutdowns began in 2020. During this time, we saw an increase in juvenile crime, especially carjackings. Do you see a link between the high truancy rates and increased juvenile crime?
No, I don't.
DC? You don't?
I do not see a link there.
What is the DC Council doing to address the high truancy rates and rising juvenile crime in DC if you don't see a link?
As the chair of the committee of the whole, I have had a number of hearings on attendance and truancy, and I'm very concerned about the attendance rate, but let me be clear, the accurate measure of the quality of our educational system is in the test scores, like the National Education Assessment This is a concern, but in terms of educational outcomes, we are seeing some improvement.
Thank you. Mr. Pemberton, common sense says reducing consequences for crime invites even more crime. This not only harms residents of increasingly lawless communities, but businesses and their customers. Are you concerned that increased crime will push businesses out of DC?
Absolutely. There's dozens of restaurants and other commercial establishments that have closed in the past few years, and I think many of them have left due to crime.
Are you concerned that an increase in crime will discourage people from moving to DC and perhaps push those people instead to the suburbs of Maryland and Virginia, or even out of the metro area completely?
Yes, what we hear from citizens quite often is that they're looking to move out of the city because of the crime rates.
Well, I want to say that even a staffer of mine kept hearing gunshots. One more question. Given these negative economics and social consequences, why do you think DC City Council has adopted such a soft on crime stance?
Well, I think part of it is because they've always had this lean towards defendant-friendly policies, but frankly, over the past few years, I think they've been chasing headlines and trying to jump on the bandwagon of anti-police rhetoric that's happening all over the country.
Thank you very much. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Chair recognizes Ranking Member Raskin for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The district's police force is 5 times larger per capita than the police force in Bakersfield, California, a city with one of the highest crime rates in the United States, and the home, of course, of our Speaker, Kevin McCarthy. The DC police force is 3 times larger per capita than the force in New Orleans, which is one of the highest crime rates. Your testimony, where you pointed out that the lack of statehood for Washington means that the people are unable to control large parts of the criminal justice machinery. People in D.C. are not allowed to elect their own judges. People in D.C. are not allowed to elect, for the most part, the prosecutors who are prosecuting the most serious crimes. You're saying there's a lack of transparency and accountability in federal prosecutions for crimes committed in the district. Say a word, if you would, about how statehood would change that and make the people of Washington far more effective in their ability to address crime, since obviously nobody's more concerned about crime in Washington than Washingtonians themselves.
Yeah, thank you very much for the question, sir. I think it's both on the front end and on the back end. I think most people probably federal U.S. Attorney's Office. I've been talking about this issue for the last couple of years, where upwards of 60% of MPD's gun arrests don't move forward to a prosecution. We have no ability to hold the U.S. Attorney accountable. When we've even invited the U.S. Attorney into hearings to talk about public safety, they decline to come. So on the front end of that, we see a concern with the U.S. Attorney's Office that we have no accountability and no oversight. On the back end, when we look at individuals that are coming home following a conviction, we have a Federal Bureau of Prisons that leaves people entirely disconnected. And when someone does come home, there's no communication or coordination with the District of Columbia. I appreciate Congressman Norton, who introduced legislation just this week to require the Bureau of Prisons to coordinate and communicate to the District of Columbia. We are unable to be able to have that type of coordination and communication, and most often, that individual then moves into another federal agency for supervision, again, not accountable to the District of Columbia. Statehood would change that.
In charge of prosecuting the most serious offenses that take place in the District of Columbia, is overwhelmed. One reason they're overwhelmed is because there are more than 1,000 cases coming out of January 6th, and they're warning that there could be another 1,000 arrests coming for people who assaulted federal officers, brought dangerous weapons into the Capitol, engaged in seditious conspiracy, and so on. You're calling for adequate resourcing of the U.S. Attorney's Office. Tell us what that means to Washington, D.C. to get federal funding into this office.
Let me start by echoing what Councilmember Allen said, which is that because these are federal agencies, the district government doesn't have the appropriate control to make these agencies more responsive or to have over and over again is that they have to prioritize cases. They'll take the more violent cases. They will not prosecute the misdemeanors or the less serious felonies, or they will plea bargain to lesser sentences, which then has consequences if that person gets rearrested because that person isn't considered a dangerous offender. You know, I would note, I think it's horrible what happened to Senator Paul's staff person, who was sentenced by a judge that was appointed by the President of the United States, who was released without notice to the district government by the Federal Bureau of Prisons, and who was supposed to go into custody or supervision by CSOSA, which is also a federal agency. This is something that was horrible, and yet it's something of which we have no part because of the way our criminal justice system is structured. But in short, if the U.S. Attorney is going to be prosecuting our cases,
control in America over judges and prosecutors, saying that the king had no real interest in public safety locally. And you seem to be saying the same thing. If there are problems there, let the district control its own judges, its own prosecutors. Mr. Chairman, thank you for your patience. I yield back to you.
Ranking member yields back. Chair recognizes Mr. Palmer for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to direct some questions to Mr. Allen. DC's experienced an unprecedented surge in crime. We're now 3 months into the year. So far this year, juveniles have accounted for over half of the carjacking arrests. Given this, how can you justify passing legislation to allow 25-year-olds to be tried as minors?
I'm sorry, legislation to have 25-year-olds tried as minors?
As I understand it, that's what the 2021 roundtable you led, witnesses testified that they experienced workplace retaliation after reporting their concerns over both the DC jails, central detention, and the treatment facilities to Mayor Browser's administration. I just want to know what you or your other council members have done to hold the mayor's office accountable to address these concerns.
Related to the Department of Corrections, you said?
The whistleblower
Yeah.
experienced workplace retaliation as a result of bringing this to the attention of the mayor's office and to the council. Have
Yes,
you
sir.
responded to that?
Yes, sir. I believe you're referring to staff individuals with the Department of Corrections, the Central Detention Facility and Central Treatment Facility. So under my leadership previously of chairing the committee, we held numerous oversight hearings of the mayor and of the Department of Corrections. Into the Department of Corrections, and we also have what's called the Corrections Information Council, which is an independent entity to be able to conduct oversight. They were being prohibited from doing their job as well, so we changed the laws to be able to open up that access and requirements as well, so that we have not just the council be able to have improved oversight, but independent entities that can go in to do their independent oversight.
You know, you were one of the champions of the RCCA, and as from what I understand, carjackings have gone up 118% in the city since then, and over 56% among juveniles. And I think there's a message out there that you can get away with crime. Also, this emergency police reform that you guys pushed through, I think, Mr. Pemberton, you've had 600, in the range 600 police officers that have left the force. How's that? Impact.
100 police officers, and which measures up with our numbers. I think the total staffing of the police department right now is about 3,400.
But that's a huge problem for recruiting and retraining officers, isn't it?
It's impossible, and as I've stated in my testimony, we're running a deficit every month. We're losing 15, 20, 25 officers per month, and we just can't keep up with the crime. We can't keep up with the demand. The response times are going up. We don't have enough detectives to investigate these cases.
Washington, D.C. is experiencing some of the same issues that other cities are experiencing. And it's interesting to note that one of my colleagues talks about the number of children dying from firearms and didn't mention the number of children dying from drug overdoses, particularly fentanyl poisoning. We had a record number, unprecedented increase in adolescent drug overdoses over the last couple of years, largely because of recent murders in Democrat-run cities. And I just wonder, in your experience in your law enforcement and dealing with gun crimes among adolescents, how many of those are related to drugs? A significant portion of them?
Many of the violent crimes that we encounter, especially street crimes involving guns, are usually some sort of street beef. It could emanate from some sort of argument, but it oftentimes emanates from drugs and drug trafficking.
And a lot of a significant number of homicides are not related to drugs, or do not involve firearms. People are beaten to death and other means of murder, right?
I would say most of them are firearm related, but that's correct that there are non-firearm related homicides in the city every year, yes.
So it sounds to me like we've got a huge problem. And to your point, Mr. Mendelson, And you can look at this anywhere you want to in the country. And a lot of these adolescents who are committing these crimes are kids who, if they graduated high school at all, and this is pretty consistent around the country, and you can shake your head and disagree with it all you want to, Mr. Allen, it's just the fact. So, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
If I could just respond, Mr. Chairman. I don't agree that the DC public schools are inmate factories. I will say that our urban...
I'm not saying all of them are.
Sure.
I said you have some crappy schools. So you're telling me all of them are excellent?
No, I'm not saying all of them are
thank you.
excellent, but I would not say that they are factories for crime.
Well, if you look at at who's in prison, and this is if you look at who's in prison, this is consistent around the country, regardless of age or regardless of race or gender. Over 60% of them are high.
The stability and funding for our individual schools so that there's more dollars in the classroom so that we have better educational outcomes. That's
We're
what the
spending more
Gentlemen's
money
time-
than we've ever spent in our
gentlemen's
history
time's
on
expired.
education. It's not
Gentlemen's
helping.
time's
I yield.
expired. Chair recognizes
Thank
Ms.
you.
Norton for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me point out that DC's difficulties in recruiting and retaining officers is not unique to the district. The International Association of Chiefs of Police said that, and here I'm quoting, "The challenge of recruiting law enforcement is widespread and affects agencies of all types, sizes, and locations across the United States." In the 116th and 117th Congress, the Democratic Congress and full local self-government. There was nothing radical about this proposal. The bill would admit DC as a new state and reduce the size of the federal district. These are both things Congress has done before. The admissions clause of the Constitution empowers Congress to admit new states to the Union. Congress has admitted all 37 new states by simple legislation. Congress, using its authority under the District Clause, has also previously reduced the size of the federal district by 30%. In 2021, dozens of prominent constitutional scholars urged, end quote, to admitting the state of Washington Douglas Commonwealth. In opposing DC's statehood in recent years, Republicans have made a variety of dubious arguments. For example, Republicans have fretted about DC's lack of car dealerships. They worried that DC does not have workers in the mining and logging industry. And Senator Carper claimed that DC, which would have the largest percentage of African Americans of any state, would not be, quote, a well-rounded working class state, end quote. Some Republicans even admitted the quiet part out loud. There is nothing new about such unprincipled opposition to the admission of new states by members of Congress. Partisanship, racism, regionalism, slavery, and religion have all played roles in congressional debates over the admission of new states. Eventually, all such opposition was overcome. Mr. Mendelson, in 2016, DC held a referendum on statehood. What percentage of DC residents voted in favor of statehood?
You know, Congressman, I don't remember whether it was 80 or 85%, but it was somewhere around there.
Yeah, well, it was around that. It was 86%. Themselves like everybody else in this country. Congress has the authority to admit the state of Washington Douglas Commonwealth. It is time for Congress to pass the D.C. statehood bill. I yield.
Will the gentlelady yield?
I yield to my friend.
Thank you. I just wanted to follow up on your last point, Ms. Norton. Republican Senator Mike Lee of Utah just tweeted, "Time to relieve D.C. government of its authority over our nation's capital city, which belongs to Congress under Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17 of the Constitution. That power should not be delegated to a third party, especially to people bent on encouraging lawlessness." Well, his statement is an argument really for the statehood legislation, which would precisely shrink the federal city down to the national capital mall area and the federal buildings. Yield back. Thank you.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Higgins for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank the panelists for being here today. Mr. Chairman, today's hearing is to discuss our oversight of crime issues in the nation's capital. Before I get to my questions, I'd like to address something that seems to be a repeated talking point of my Democrat colleagues now, regarding gun violence, and gun violence being the #1 cause of death of children in America today. You'll hear that a lot. Let me correct both. There's no such thing as gun violence. There's only human violence. In America remains abortion. CDC numbers, 620,327 legally induced abortions in America in 2020. In that same year, tragically, 4,357 children died from firearm accidental discharge, suicide, and homicides. And my heart goes out to those families. I lost my first daughter in 1990. Not sure how I survived, really, and over the course of my life, I've come to understand that part of me did not survive. Indeed, part of me died with my daughter. Lying to the American people, referring to gun violence as if it's not driven by human violence, and ignoring the fact that America has allowed millions upon millions of children to be killed in the womb. Let's turn to crime, shall we? Oh, before I get to crime, D.C. statehood. Democrats had majority control up until a couple of months ago. The House, the Senate, and the White House. D.C. statehood does indeed have constitutional barriers. Overcome that. You want to create the 51st state? Knock yourself out. Another day. We've had many. Let's turn to crime, shall we? Mr. Pemberton, thank you for your service, my thin blue line brother. Considering the D.C. Chief of Police Robert Conte's testimony on February 23rd, 2023, stating that the D.C. Metro Police Department is experiencing record low number of officers and recruitment is incredibly difficult, how might the DC Council's Comprehensive Policing and Justice Reform Amendment Act of 2022, that provision which permits activist and anti-police groups to search for officers' past complaints, how might that affect your recruitment and retention of police officers in DC Metro Police Department, sir?
Yeah. Specifically about Subtitle X. Subtitle X actually creates a disciplinary database in which every officer's disciplinary history would be posted publicly. It would be hosted by the Office of Police Complaints.
So that America understands this is a complaint, not a conviction or a suspension, et cetera. We're talking about all complaints being accessible for public purview.
That's how I understand it. Additionally, it also creates a carve-out to FOIA exemptions, which allows any citizen to FOIA an officer's personnel record. And the only requirements for redaction would be their address, date of birth, and social security number. We have concerns about undercover officers and officers, their other sensitive personal information that could end up in the hands.
That would have quite a chilling effect on effective policing, may I say, as a former police officer. Let me just close by saying to you gentlemen from the DC Council, it's going to get worse. On the street that DC is a good destination because prosecution is virtually zero and crime is rampant. It's what you've created here in this liberal stronghold. It's going to get worse. Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Mr. Conley for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Pemberton, listening to your testimony in the beginning, you had strong objections to rhetoric, things said at the City Council. Is it your contention that things said by elected officials in the City Council are what is driving police officers from the force?
That partially, yes, and just as Congresswoman Norton pointed out, that these problems are in existence all over the country.
Right.
And the reason
Reside in the District of Columbia?
I did reside here for 16 years. I recently moved up.
So you couldn't run for DC City Council?
No, sir.
No. But they are elected by the people of the District of Columbia. You're not.
No, I'm elected by the law enforcement officers in the District
But
of
I mean,
Columbia.
at some point we have to respect the will of the people. And the people elected Mr. Mendelson and Mr. Allen. So you can disagree all you want, it's a free country, but they get to make laws, they get to pursue policies, and they get to express themselves. And if the voters don't like it, they can vote them out, right?
I agree completely. I'm not trying to undermine that, sir. I'm trying to talk about the unintended consequences of the rhetoric.
All right, I just want to clarify that
leave
because
the department in droves.
In the
when they
beginning,
hear
your
the City
testimony
Council
seemed to
talking
question
about
their
police
right
officers
to
this
say
way.
it. We're having this hearing because we can have hearings till the cows come home about various municipalities or rural parts of America in which we all disagree, or some of us disagree. But should we? At what point do we deal with our own contradictions about the right of people to self-government? Irrespective of, hey, I could go through a lot of states right now, especially on the red side, that I don't like. I don't like their policies, I don't like their elected officials, and I'd like to have a hearing to second guess them and overturn their legislation. And the only thing we hide behind around here is that the Constitution grants us oversight. Yes, the Constitution does, but the Constitution Constitution of the United States was written. That happened after the formation of the new government pursuant to the Constitution of the United States. And if we want to run for local government, run for local government. Senator Lee cares so much, let him chair the zoning committee. Tom Cotton, senator from Arkansas, a well-known expert in the District of Columbia and local government generally, referred to a working class and well-rounded. DC was neither a well-rounded nor working class state. Now, Mr. Mendelson, I'm sure there are working class people in the District of Columbia. I've only been here 50 years, but I'm struck with the fact they do have working class people. Sounds a little subjective to me. Are we going to take the well-rounded test for who qualifies for statehood, and for that matter, who gets a vote here in the United States Congress? Mr. Allen, I don't know. What do you think?
I find the District of Columbia to be very well-rounded.
So that's your opinion. So we'll put your opinion against Mr. Cotton's opinion. And that's not arbitrary or whimsical. And meanwhile, based on that thinking, that logic, if one can call it that, almost 700,000 people have denied their voting rights in the United States Congress. That's the absurdity we've now descended to. As I say to my colleagues on the other side, yes, you can have a hearing like this, and you can overturn laws. But the question is, should you? And at what point do you live up principle? I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Before we recognize the next questioner, I'd just like to answer my friend Mr. Conley's question as to why we're having this hearing. First of all, the Oversight Committee has legislative jurisdiction. We have a constitutional authority to oversee and provide checks and balances for the city of Washington, D.C. And secondly, I think this is a very important part of this hearing. The Democrat president and a Democrat Congress objected to the change to the D.C. criminal code. That was pretty big news, and it's a fact. So that's why we're having this hearing. Chair recognizes Mr. Timmons for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You took the words out of my mouth. I thought we were here to talk about crime in D.C. And interesting that my colleagues across the aisle always go back to this conversation of statehood, but do a little research. 2009, the Democrats had a filibuster-proof majority in the Senate. They had the White House and the House. The Senate passed S-160 out on February 26th of 2009, 61-37. So if my colleagues across the aisle actually wanted D.C. statehood, and a number of them were here during this, they could have voted on it. The majority in the House, with Speaker Pelosi at the helm, was 235 to 198. I don't know why we're still talking about this. The people that want it, that want D.C. statehood, did not give it to you when they could have very easily given it to you. So that was what y'all did was wrong. And both of your testimony cannot be true. The two council members and the detective cannot both be right. They cannot both be right. So either we have a crime problem in D.C., or things are getting better. Council members, 81 senators disagree with you that things are getting better. They think things are getting worse. The President of the United States disagrees with you that things are getting better. They think that things are getting worse. So I went to undergrad at GW. I was here from 2003 to 2006. I worked on the Hill briefly. I came back for law school for one semester, and I've been around DC for the last 5 years. And I gotta tell you, it is not safe. It is the least safe that it has ever been. And so you are up here telling us that things are getting better. Democrat, 250 members of the House, 81 senators say that's not true. The President of the United States says that's not true. So I guess let's just get to the purpose of criminal law. Criminal law, generally, the two principles are deterrence and retribution. Your criminal code currently does not deter crime. And one of the most abhorrent examples of this was the Uber Eats driver that a 15-year-old woman that previously was arrested for carjacking and released did it again weeks, months later, and killed an Uber Eats driver. And by the way, 15 years old in South Carolina, if you kill somebody, you're getting tried as an adult. But instead, your criminal code and your criminal justice system deter people from committing crimes in the future. Clearly, the first carjacking arrest didn't do anything. So the second carjacking arrest and murder, her friends are looking at that saying, well, you know, she's getting out when she's 21. She's never gonna do hard time. I mean, that's wrong. That's just objectively wrong. So as you look back at your decisions that you've made, I know that you both are in favor of DC statehood. You're further away today than you have ever been. And you were never actually that close because the Democrats could have given it to you in 2009. So get this city safe. Get this city safe. Support your law enforcement. Create a criminal code that deters crime. Create a criminal code that gives individuals that are victims of crime retribution. Because the purpose of the criminal code is to give them retribution so they do not seek it for themselves. I'm sorry that asking 250 House members and the President of the United States say that things are getting worse in Washington, D.C. They're getting worse. Do your job, make us safe. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Mr. Mufume for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr.
Yes, sir. We are inviting the mayor to the next meeting. We felt like the mayor needed to have her own, just be the own witness and not on a panel with multiple other people. This is phase one of our hearings, first hearing.
Thank you very much. It's kind of ominous. It just got dark in here, but let's try, if we can, to shine some light on a couple of facts. First, to my distinguished colleague from South Carolina who's just exited. Did not know that there was a vote on 18 months ago that also occurred, in which the House of Representatives passed the DC statehood bill. So let's make sure it's history and not his story. Second thing, it's very important here that when we have these discussions, we really get to the crux of why we are here, what continues to bring us back. And Ranking Member Raskin is correct, and the distinguished woman from the District of Columbia correct. It gets back to statehood and the absence of the ability of men and women to determine their future. Let's not forget what happened in December of 1773, when American colonists dumped over 300 barrels of tea into the Boston Harbor because they were upset to fast forward to where we are today, and when we bring these issues up, in this case related to police and policing, which I really want to speak to, all of a sudden we're accused of having some kind of strange agenda. This will continue to happen as long as people are denied the right to be able to represent themselves when they pay taxes, when they serve in the military, and when they are told they can't have voting representation in the Congress of the United States. So this is not about all cops are bad or all cops are good. This is about policing, and I want to go back to a couple of former police chiefs so that we can get on the record what they said. And for the record, I and many members of this committee have worked to establish bills and processes that empower the ability of Victim Assistance Act that has been endorsed by the FOP that provides money to protect people who want to come forward in criminal cases. So let's not get this twisted. This is not about bad cops. And by the way, nobody hates a bad cop more than a good cop. So let's put that on the record also. But when there are bad police, they bring down the entire department. Case in point. The police department has been forced to rehire significant numbers of officers that it fired for misconduct, primarily because of decisions of arbitrators. Every police chief for the last 25 years has lamented the fact that they have been forced to rehire officers for serious misconduct, making it bad for good police officers to do their job. The department. Former police chief Charles Ramsey said, quote, "It is demoralizing to the rank and file who really don't have a say because it takes a tremendous amount of anxiety and places it on the department." And he said our credibility is shot whenever these things happen. Current DC police, Mr. Conte, said eliminating arbitration would, quote, help reduce the risk of returning poor performers, bad police, back to the force. So, I don't know how much time I have, Mr. Chairman, but just a couple of quick things for the record. One officer in the past struck a suspect multiple times in the head. The officer was convicted of assault and sentenced to 30 days in jail and 3 years of probation. And sexually assaulted a person and was convicted. That officer was sentenced to 100 days, suspended sentence, 1 year probation, reinstated, and then given a back pay of over $500,000. I could go on and on and on. The issue here all goes back to the fact that when you can't determine your own destiny, even though you pay taxes, when you have no say in your city, these sort of things crop up, and then the side issues, like good cop versus bad cop, tend to take over the discussion and the argument. The citizens of Washington need representation, and the DC statehood bill, again, for the record, passed in 2021. I was there in '93. I saw what happened in 2021. So when we play around with history, let's make sure it's history and not his story.
Gentleman's time has expired. Inviting her to an oversight committee hearing on May 16th, and that would presumably she would be the only witness. We would treat her just like we would treat a cabinet secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Without objection. Also like to enter into the record the Washington Post. I don't do this very often. The Washington Post editorial entitled "DC's Crime Bill Could Make the City More Dangerous." Without objection, so ordered. Chair recognizes myself for 5 minutes for the purpose of asking questions. Chairman Mendelson, the DC Council overrode the mayor's veto of the revised Criminal Code Act on January 17th. Is that correct? Yes. And that's House Joint Resolution 26 passed the House of Representatives on February 9th, correct? Yes.
I assume that's the correct
Yes.
date.
Informed the U.S. Senate on March 6th that you were pulling the legislation from consideration. Is that correct?
Correct.
You were trying to stop the Senate from considering the revised Criminal Code Act, correct?
Yes.
So did you attempt to withdraw the revised Criminal Code Act to help cover for House Democrats after it became clear the resolution of disapproval would pass the Senate and be signed by the president?
I didn't do it to cover. I did it, I mean, this is, I think, typical in any legislature. When you see that you're losing, you pull the bill back, you pull the amendment back so that you can work on it further.
I wonder, Chairman Mendelson, did any federal elected official or staff of any federally elected official request that you or anyone in the council attempt to withdraw the revised Criminal Code Act from Congress? Democrat asked you to withdraw the bill.
That's correct.
Did any government officials ask you to withdraw the bill?
No.
Chairman Mendelson, no provisions exist in the Home Rule Act that allow for a withdrawal action. And I have serious concerns about your attempt to circumvent proper congressional action without any statutory support or precedent. Furthermore, I'm seriously concerned that your actions may have been an attempt to provide cover for congressional Democrats by withdrawing the RCCA only after it was clear it would pass the Senate and be signed by the president. So let's move on to actual impacts of the RCCA.
Mr. Chairman, just
Yes.
again, I did not do this as cover to anybody, and the Home Rule Act does not prohibit what I did. It's silent, and my reading is that I'm required to transmit legislation so that the Congress can look at it. It can't become law until Congress looks at it.
So you just had a change of heart after the House voted on it?
As I said, not a change of heart, sir, but that, you know, when you see yourself losing because it was clear that the Senate, the votes weren't there, then you pull it back and you work on it some more. I felt that that was a much better option than to just simply pretend that we want the vote and we're going to lose the vote.
Okay. Mr. Pemberton, do you think the proposed reductions in penalties for carjackings and violent crimes have emboldened criminals in Washington, D.C.?
Absolutely, and not only that, even just the rhetoric around the RCCA, I think, has caused criminals to realize that the city has become even more soft on crime than they were, even though the RCCA is not in effect.
Mr. Pemberton, do the 330 million Americans who want to come to their nation's capital have a right to not be mugged? When violent crime is a problem in the District of Columbia, what should the D.C. Council do instead to reduce crime in our nation's capital? And that'll be my last question.
Well, the first thing they need to do is deal with police staffing. We can't manage the city and the demands for the city. We know how many 911 calls there are. We know how many reports there are. We know how many cases we have to investigate. We do not have the proper number of police to do that. And just to address some of the other comments that have come up about D.C. having the most police per capita, what that doesn't consider is that the population of the city doubles during the day. There's another 500,000 or 600,000 people that drive into this city because they work here. We don't have county police, we don't have state police, we don't have other jurisdictions that assist us. And so that per capita number is a bit of a trope, if you ask me. But the short answer to your question, sir, is that we need to have the right number of police and we need to have the backing of our elected officials so we can go out and
the support and the service that the women and men of the police force provide our nation's capital, and hopefully we can get legislation that will make their jobs easier and not more difficult.
They will appreciate that. Thank you, sir.
Chair now recognizes Ms. Brown for 5 minutes.
Good morning to my colleagues and our witnesses here today. Unfortunately, Today's hearing is yet another assault on the governance of the District of Columbia. Our Republican colleagues claim they have a constitutional duty to legislate for the District of Columbia. And as it's been proven today, that is simply not true. Congressional interference in DC's local affairs is not a duty, it's a choice. Mendelson said the following about future residents of DC, I quote, "A municipal legislature for local purposes derived from their own suffrages will, of course, be allowed them. Indeed, Congress has established various forms of local government for DC since 1802. In 1953, the Supreme Court held that, and I quote again, there is no constitutional barrier to the delegation by Congress to the District of Columbia of full legislative power. If Congress had a constitutional duty to legislate for DC, it would legislate on all DC matters, not just when it's politically advantageous. During the 50 years since passage of the Home Rule Act, Congress has chosen to intervene in DC affairs in if there's a unifying theory for their efforts to intervene, I don't see it. So, Chairman Mendelson, I would like to explore this supposed constitutional duty to interfere in DC affairs. In the last 5 years, how many House or Senate Republicans have testified before the DC Council on legislation pending in the Council?
None.
Thank you. In the last 5 years, how many House or Senate Republicans have contacted you about affordable housing, splitting up the Department of Consumer and Regulatory Affairs, ward redistricting, street sweeping, trash pickup days, residential permit parking zones, or bike lanes on Connecticut Avenue?
Well, I do have conversations with our Congresswoman Norton, but other than that, no.
Theirs is a choice. It is not about constitutional duty or serving the interests of DC residents. Instead, it's about using DC to score political points. I urge my colleagues to end this charade. Let's let DC residents govern themselves. And with that, I yield back.
Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Burchett, for 5 minutes for his question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members, for being here. And I want you to know that your congressperson, Eleanor Holmes Norton, has represents y'all well up here, and she articulates your point very well. Although we do disagree, she is a friend, and I appreciate her. And I guess first thing I was wondering, I don't know if anybody's asked this or not, you know, all I see up here is white men. How come there aren't any black folks?
But we didn't choose the witness list.
Well, I'm sorry you didn't. Mr. Allen, in 2020, you proposed cutting $15 million to the police department budget. Is that correct?
The council approved a redirection of $9.6 million from MPD that year.
Yes, sir, but you proposed cutting $15 million, correct?
The 9.6 was in operating dollars. The remainder was in capital funds from a $500 million budget, yes.
Okay, still a lot of money. Mr. Allen, on June 28, 2020, you tweeted that this would be the biggest reduction to Metropolitan Police Department you have ever seen. Is that correct?
I don't have that in front of me. It was 3 years ago, but I'm assuming you're reading something, so I'm going to assume that that's correct. That was an explanation of the redirection of about 1% of the $500 million budget to other public safety priorities.
An effective hiring freeze for new officers. Is that correct?
Yes, I was explaining the net effect would be that the district, as we went through the summer of 2020, would experience a reduction in new hires for MPD. We actually ended up hiring, I believe, I could get you the numbers for certain, about 100 new officers that year, but that was the net impact.
Yeah, we'd have a hiring freeze. Thank you. Mr. Allen, after the tragic shootings on the city's metro transit system in February of 2023, you called for an increased police presence. Is that correct?
I frequently work with the men and women in the police department, and whenever we have acts of violence, we work together to increase presence, yes.
Okay, Mr. Allen, but your 2020 comments seem kind of short-sighted, don't they? I mean, with what was going on.
No, sir. I work with the police department, the First District leadership, Chief Conti, and all the assistant chiefs. Department to have a response.
Mr. Pemberton, the proposed DC crime bill, which the council pushed through despite a veto from Mayor Bowser, that would eliminate mandatory and statutory minimum sentences other than first-degree murder. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct. For all crime categories, no minimums.
Mr. Pemberton, this bill would also reduce the maximum sentence for first-degree sexual assault and first-degree sexual assault of a minor from life in prison to 30 years. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Are you aware that homicides have increased 19% compared to March 2022?
Yes, sir, I'm aware of that.
Now, are you also aware that the sexual abuse crimes are up 100% compared to March 2022?
I think it's even higher than that, but yes.
Yeah, probably is. Everybody likes nice round numbers up here.
They exacerbate the situation.
Yes, sir. Thank you for your honesty. Mr. Allen, in your Ward 6 update dated March 12, 2023, you published a section called Hands Off DC in response to the Senate disapproving of your crime bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
In this section, you stated House Republicans are playing political theater and that this is a very real threat to DC residents. That's correct, too, as well, isn't it not?
I do believe that's what's happening, yes, sir.
Okay. Property crime is up 27% compared to March 2022. Don't you feel like that's a very real threat to DC residents?
I think any crime is a threat to DC residents and our community, and it's why, as we talked about, the trends over time, both with violent and property crime, have gone down. We have persistent issues around public at those crimes.
Motor vehicle theft is up 105% compared to March 2022. I feel like that's a very real threat to the DC residents, and I'm about out of time, but I would encourage you all and my friends across the aisle, when we bring people in here, that it should reflect the community that we have. And poor white man, I don't think quite does that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back no time.
Thank you. I agree with that completely.
Thank the gentleman. I would just like to point out that the committee invited DC Councilmember Kenyon McDuffie, and he was unable to attend the hearing today. And we also reached out to Councilman Trayon White, and we did not receive a response. I'd also like to comment on the fact that the Constitution anticipated the national seat of government when it was ratified in 1788.
Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses for being here as well. I want to just start by asking unanimous consent to submit this article from yesterday from Vox into the record. The House GOP's investigations are flopping. And I think this continues to happen, of course, today. So, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to have unanimous consent for that article. I served as mayor of California for the last 8 years. I just got elected to Congress. It's a city of about 500,000 people. And what's interesting is I didn't realize that I would be running for Congress to actually come back to a city council, which is clearly what many of our colleagues here are interested in. And I would encourage folks that are interested in actually running cities to actually run for councils or to run for mayor. It was a great experience, and I appreciate particularly those that are serving on that body. It's not easy work. I also think it's really important that we thank the DC officials that are here as a now part-time resident. And you're taking on issues around criminal justice reform, which are also really important. I also want to remind this committee of what actually happened in the last couple of years. So we're talking a lot about what happened in the last year, the last 2 years as it relates to crime statistics. We just went through the single largest emergency and loss of life event, the pandemic, in these last couple of years. What we've seen in cities across the country are absolutely challenges as it relates to safety, folks that are unhoused, and responding to the emergency as cities come back. And so we have gone through a massive emergency, and now we're all working together to build back. And so I think that's important to put this discussion actually into a little bit of context as it relates to the pandemic. Because if we actually look at 10 years ago, or 20 years ago, or 30 years ago, the data that everyone is actually claiming to know a lot about, DC was at 30 years ago. And that's a fact, even though some of my colleagues don't want to or not interested in that data, just the data from the last few years ago. Now, when I was mayor, my council passed a landmark Racial Justice and Reconciliation Act in 2020, which is something that was supported by the entire community. It strengthened our police oversight commission as well, which went to the voters. I'm very proud that they did. And we implemented many of the same reforms as Washington, D.C. has, that's been consistent with the George Floyd and Policing Act. And so I think that's really, really important work. When I was mayor, I had a other body, or Washington, D.C., coming at the laws that we pass, I certainly would be pretty upset. Home rule is actually very important, and I'm not sure if my Republican colleagues are so interested in trying to bring up data about Washington, D.C., then we should do the same in Louisiana and Mississippi have some of the lowest life expectancy of any other state. Those are also data points that my colleagues are not interested in having discussions about or having hearings around. I have no interest in telling Mississippi or Louisiana or Texas how to run their states, and my colleagues should not be involved in the business of trying to involve how a city actually runs their operations. And so I hope that's something also that we can look at in the weeks ahead. I believe in home rule. The people of DC deserve better than this hearing, and they absolutely deserve statehood. We also know that later on in this committee, there'll be a markup process where they're going to try to even roll back more reforms that have been put in place. And I'm not sure what they object to so strongly. Do they object to a ban on chokeholds? Are they objecting to the public release of body camera footage after shootings? Are they objecting to civilian oversight of police? Or they're sure what they're objecting to actually, but these are all obviously important measures around criminal justice that the district of DC is actually putting in place. And so I don't have any questions for all of you because I think this hearing is actually a waste of everyone's time. I want to thank all of you for your service to the city, all four of you. And I look forward to our future committee hearings where we go over all of the states across the country that obviously we can talk a lot about data and how they're also failing. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Colorado, Ms. Boebert, for 5 minutes for her question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's clear that far-left policies driven by progressive DC Council members are having a deteriorating effect on education standards, rising crime, and increasing and it was related to their pursuit of statehood, not actual oversight. Mr. Allen, you stated public safety is a priority for you, and police are essential to reducing crime, yet your policies restrict and weaken law enforcement officers' ability to keep the public safe. You demand more help from police in tweets like this one, yet you strip law enforcement's funding with budget squeezes. Mr. Lee, how much was the Metropolitan Police Department's operational budget cut from 2020 to today?
It's my understanding it's roughly $25 million.
So the statistics I have, Mr. Lee, from the DC dollars. Mr. Allen, you even called to reduce MPD's budget, as we've heard today, by $15 million in 2020 after the Antifa-led George Floyd riots. Sir, you are defund the police. Chairman Mendelson, you stated that there is not a crime crisis in DC.
Correct.
I would disagree. Mr. Allen, you even seconded the chairman's statements today and went as far to say that DC is strong and vibrant. Do you stand by that comment? Do you stand by seconding those remarks? The chairman's already stood by his remarks with his response.
The District of Columbia is incredibly strong and vibrant, yes.
Do you agree that there is not a crime crisis in Washington, D.C.?
As I outlined in my testimony, we've seen reductions in both violent crime
cases increased by 110%.
To 38, a total of 38.
From 110%, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
That is alarming. Even 1% is alarming and should not be happening, especially when you were cutting MPD's funding and limiting them to protect people from these sexual assaults.
Congresswoman, I'm just
2022,
trying to...
reclaiming my time, sir. It's my time. 2022 to 2023, homicides in D.C. increased by 23%. 2022 to 23, carjackings, not car thefts, carjackings increased by 108%. Chairman Mendelson, do you still stand under oath and state that there is not a crime crisis in Washington, D.C.?
Yes, because if you look at carjackings,
It's remarkable.
for example,
Absolutely
let's
remarkable.
look at robberies overall.
I'd like to talk about...
Robberies are down.
Thank you. Mr. Allen, an initiative that you led. In November of 2022, you led the charge to reform DC's crime laws. Is that correct?
I chaired the committee that proposal came
You
through.
led this charge, yes, sir. And these changes are now law here in DC, correct?
Do you mean the revised criminal code?
Yes.
No, those are not the law.
Those are not the law.
You
The
overturned-
revised
you
criminal
overturned them.
code was rejected by...
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, I'm talking to Mr. Allen.
Yes,
Mr.
ma'am.
Allen, did you or did you not decriminalize public urination in
No, we did not.
Washington, D.C.? Did you lead the charge to do so?
No, the revised criminal code left that as a criminal charge.
Did you lead the charge to decriminalize public urination in Washington, D.C.?
No, ma'am. That in the
Did you
revised
ever
criminal
vote
code
in favor of decriminalizing public urination in Washington?
I voted for it, yeah.
You voted to keep it as a criminal offense.
That's correct. The full council did.
We have records that show that you were in favor of removing that criminal offense and allowing public urination.
No,
Is that something that you intend to pursue in the future?
No, the legislation you're referring to that came from the Criminal Code Reform Commission changed public urination from a criminal to a civil offense. The council then changed that to maintain it as a criminal offense at the request of the mayor.
Thank you. I yield.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Frost, for 5 minutes for his questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The D.C. Home Rule Act was passed in 1973 and established the 12 members of the D.C. Council in the chairman's position, all who serve 4-year terms. Each 4 years, elected officials make their case, and DC took action to make public safety work for everybody. And now Republicans on this committee are pissed about it. And I'm just, I'm wondering what happened to the Republican Party. I thought this was the party of small government, yet here they are weaponizing this committee to overturn laws passed by duly elected officials of a city council. It's really interesting. And so today I've heard my Republican colleagues talk about the impact of gun deaths and violence in a local community, and it is great to hear the renewed interest in gun violence. It's an important conversation that shouldn't be reserved for just this DC hearing. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record reports on gun deaths in Mississippi, Louisiana, and Wyoming, Republican-led states, by the way, the 3 states with the highest rates of gun deaths per 100,000 residents. And if we're going down this road, maybe we'll see the individuals of these Republican state legislatures here there is with what's going on in DC. Recently, I'm seeing a trend where state and federal officials are deciding that they know best instead of respecting local control, and they want to impose their views on Americans across the country. And don't get me wrong, I don't agree with every local policy out there in the entire country, especially in my home state of Florida. But I respect that certain decisions are made under home rule. And when it comes to rolling back local policies that were democratically elected, decided, I just haven't heard a single rationale that I'm sympathetic to. Chairman Mendelson, I wanted to make something pretty clear. When you ran for office, you had to make the case to the DC voters that you were the best person to represent their interests, correct?
Correct.
When you were first elected to represent the residents of DC, what'd you do when you ran for office?
You're an elected commissioner from a neighborhood, and I ran principally on the platform that I was close to communities and understood grassroots and would be representative of them.
So you've been reelected many times because the people of DC support your policies and positions.
Correct.
I ask this because at the heart of today's hearing is a resolution introduced by Republican lawmakers that clearly interferes with democratically approved measures. To your knowledge, has Republican Representative Andrew Clyde from Georgia, who sponsored this bill, ever knocked doors in D.C. to make the case that he understands what D.C. voters want or need?
I'm unaware of him knocking on any doors.
Mr. Allen, are you aware of the representative who's sponsoring this bill knocking doors in D.C., speaking with members of city councils, holding roundtables, doing any kind of town halls to figure out what the citizens of D.C. need?
I'm unaware of any actions like that.
And we have a DC City Council where officials have been representing voters long before Mr. Clyde or I were in Congress. And I don't pretend to know any better than Mr. Clyde what local measures DC needs. And that's what local government is all about. Some on this panel want to undermine the bipartisan principle of home rule to score political points, and I cannot support it. It's happening in my state of Florida right now, where the governor is abusing his power to overturn and target political enemies at the local level. I don't think that's freedom. I don't think that's liberty. I don't think it was the principles this country was founded on, and it's part of the reason why I am very against this measure. It's harmful to what's going across the country. This is not what needs to be happening right now in terms of DC. We need to be talking about statehood, which is something that the residents of DC actually want, not this type of legend.
You are.
We have a number of members of Congress who live in their offices when they come here. Have any of them ever contacted you about a constituent issue or about criminal justice reform or police reform?
I actually have several members of Congress that contact me on constituent issues, everything from help with DCRA permitting to alley issues with trash pickup. I always treat that as in a respectful, private way, and so I wouldn't disclose who those members are, but I have members of Congress reach out to me.
And have you had any reach out about the legislation at issue today?
Oh, no, sorry, not at all about policy or legislation.
Okay, thank you for yielding, Mr. Frost.
Without objection, the gentleman's submission for the record is accepted. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Luna, for 5 minutes for her question.
Good afternoon, everyone. One of Congress's duties is to provide robust oversight over Washington, D.C. and its policies. Oversight. On March 25th, 2022, a pro-life group received a box containing bodies of 115 children from a worker that was taking it from Washington Surgery Center to be incinerated at a renewable waste facility. Inside the box, along with 110 early-term babies, were 5 full-term babies. I encourage all of you to look at these photos because some of these babies were born alive. The 5 babies are Christopher, a full-term baby boy whose body was almost fully intact; Harriet, a baby who was born with one eye open; Phoenix, a baby that was born in caul, meaning an amniotic sac; and Holly and Angel, 2 babies that were dismembered and mutilated to the point that they were in pieces. Narrative, and I encourage all of you again to continue, because I see people not looking at these photos, to look at these photos, because this is horrific, and this is known as late-term abortion. The lack of oversight in the situation has allowed Dr. Cesar Santangelo, who has 2 open lawsuits against him for botched abortions, to continue practicing despite these open lawsuits and medical malpractice. Even if you are for choice, you cannot argue that this man should still have his medical license. One of his victims, of which he killed, showed during an autopsy that there were fetal remains lodged in her lung due to the botched abortions. How is this doctor, who is charged up to $12,000 per late-term abortion, still allowed to practice as a medical provider in the city? It is clear that there is no regard for human life, the Hippocratic Oath, or humanity. My questions are as follows.
I recall speaking to the Metropolitan Police Department as charges were being brought.
There's still an ongoing investigation, and people are not able to FOIA the information. Is that ongoing investigation still continuing, Mr. Pemberton?
I don't know the answer to that. I'm not familiar with this investigation.
I understand that you all recently went through a big DC criminal code rewrite. Was there anything that would have made the murder of these children, as it appears some of these children were born alive, one of which had suffered on her own amniotic fluid in sac?
The revised criminal code, which is not law, would not have changed the law with regard to this.
In recent years, the DC Council has passed several abortion laws, most of them while you've been under leadership, Mr. Chairman. While the DC Council has worked to protect doctors like
Government does support choice. However, if there
a woman
is
was
murder,
killed and this man still has his medical
we don't
license.
support that.
So would you support the removal of his medical license and to shut that down?
If the allegations are true, yes.
The autopsy, sir, just so you know, I'm not trying to be rude, but the autopsy did confirm that lung tissue, or that fetal remains were found in her lung tissue. Just so you're aware. There's a belief that Dr. Santangelo violated this statute. Are you going to be updating the laws to ensure that this doesn't happen in the future for anyone else?
Not quite sure how to answer that. If the law, if this is criminal, then there's no need to update the statute to make what is criminal criminal.
I believe that we're talking about, sorry to not to clarify, but regarding the late-term abortion, sir, some of these babies were apparently born alive, and one of the issues that we're hearing is that in my opinion, when you have a child that's born alive and there's been something already passed to protect children that are, again, born alive, that this shouldn't have taken place altogether. It is criminal. We're asking for your help. Will you help?
I know your time's ticking down, but while I can't replace charging decisions by the U.S. Attorney's Office or MPD,
Will you
be
help
happy
so
to
that
follow
this
up
doesn't
with you
happen,
after the
Ann?
hearing.
Thank you. Thank you. And to finish out, I want to let you guys know that I'm appalled by this situation. I appreciate your willingness to look into this case, but I do believe that because of what's happened in Washington, D.C., with the lack of oversight to include within the criminal codes of this city to see what's actually taken place, I would fully support removing the home rule, and I don't believe that D.C. will ever be a state. Thank you, Chairman. I yield my time.
To spend our limited time on, rather than addressing a number of really serious concerns that our constituents have. They're choosing to waste our time by meddling in the District of Columbia and talking about public urination over and over. Just want to make sure, do you have anything additional you want to say about public urination? Now's your time.
I do.
No, not you. I'm talking to, it's not your time. It's a question
I'll wait
to
till your
these
time's
people
up.
who have
I do
come
have something
here.
else to say.
Do you have anything additional to say regarding public urination?
I didn't on that, but if I could have 30 seconds to
Yes,
clarify
please.
something that from a previous conversation.
I would, Mr. Allen.
appreciate
Go
it.
ahead.
There had been a discussion earlier that I thought I heard related to Subtitle X in the policing reform and accountability legislation. I believe I heard it stated by a member that it would allow people to go back in time to look at allegations. And I want to be very clear. Sustained allegations of misconduct pertaining to an officer's commission of a crime, interactions with members of the public, or their integrity in criminal investigations. That's it, but a very crucial element of accountability.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. I really appreciate that clarification. Yes,
I'll say
Mr.
this
Mendelson.
regarding public urination. Yes, there was discussion about it. There was never a proposal before the council itself, that would have decriminalized it. What was given to the council, what came out of committee to the council was as a criminal offense. And this is one of the challenges with the revised criminal code, is that there's a lot of misstatements that have been made over the last several months. For instance, one member of Congress, I believe, said that we were decriminalizing carjacking, which we were not.
Yeah.
And I could go into more detail, but time probably doesn't allow. But urination
was born out of a revolution over taxation without representation. And yet we're here in this committee contemplating overriding, yet again, a piece of legislation passed by the duly elected members of the DC Council. The people of DC deserve better. They are Americans. They deserve statehood. They deserve to have their voices heard. DC residents are required to pay all federal taxes, despite the fact that they have no voting representation in Congress. What an un-American idea. Let's look at DC's distribution to the federal, contributions to the federal treasury. DC pays more federal taxes than 23 states. And 6 of our Republican colleagues on this committee represent states that pay less in federal taxes per capita DC pays over $50,000. Mr. Chairman, your home state of Kentucky pays $8,000, just over $8,000, $50,000 per capita versus $8,000 per capita. Chairman Mendelson, what is it like for DC residents to be drafted, tax-paying American citizens who have no voting representation in Congress? Please give voice to your constituents here.
Well, it's very frustrating, but more than that, it's not good government. It means that governing the District of Columbia is more difficult. We've outlined here ways in which our criminal justice process would function better if we had full home rule, which is statehood. But I'm not here so much today to talk about statehood as just it's actually, most of it is law right now because most of it's gone through congressional review already. And so if Congress were to repeal it, that's the challenge we have, not having statehood. If Congress were to reject it, then it's actually a step backward. For the first time, the union was not able to negotiate its discipline. And as one of the members pointed out, chief after chief after chief has said that the union bargaining its disciplinary process has actually been, has resulted in bad cops being reinstated on the police force. Not only does it cost us money, the auditor put out a report that said $14 million in back pay, but these are bad cops. Somebody who rapes a woman and then is put back on the police force, and not only is that not a cop that I want representing us, but it's also a cop who will step in and in this piecemeal way reject policies that we've adopted, and in this case, a police accountability bill, and I apologize that I've used up so much of your time.
That's okay, Mr. Mendelson. I really appreciate it. In conclusion, what I wanted to say is that there are no other democratic nations in the world that deny voting representation to citizens living in their capital. I yield back.
I'd just like to point out to the gentlelady there are a number of reasons why the income tax is so much higher in D.C. It's the median income is higher. With that, the chair now recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Fry, for 5 minutes for his questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for having this hearing today. To our panel, thank you for being here today. You know, Washington, D.C. at this time of year is really amazing. You see spring is in the air. The to see that. I want them to visit the nation's capital. I want to welcome them and let them see how democracy works. But instead of these images that they see on National Geographic or wherever, they get here and they see carjackings, shootings, homicide, robberies, auto theft, arson, riots. I could go on. And you know what they read in the news? I'm going to read a few headlines here. Headline: man shot, killed in D.C. Northeast D.C. marks the district's 200th homicide in 2022, police union says. Headline: D.C. averaging one carjacking a day. Council expected to lessen penalties with criminal code veto override. Headline: D.C. reaches 100th homicide mark faster than any other year since 2003. This is not a way to welcome our fellow Americans or really world travelers to our nation's capital. In my opinion, you have allowed this to happen. To me, D.C. Council is more focused on many in the crowd snicker and roll their eyes at anybody who dares question what is going on in this city. I want to put up a quick video to the committee staff. This is a screen recording of a member of my staff's phone who receives crime alerts from the DC police. This staffer lives in the Capitol Hill neighborhood. You see robbery in here, you see stabbings, shootings, robbery again. These crimes occurred in just the month of March alone in the Capitol Hill area. This is just one of the many things that people have to do around here just to stay safe. People should feel safe in our nation's capital, and quite frankly, they don't, as evidenced by President Biden's signing of legislation that originated in this House. So, Mr. Allen, let's talk about homicides in D.C. They're up 40% over last year. On March 6th, the D.C. Police Chief, Robert Conti, do you think that Chief Conti feels supported by D.C. City Council in his efforts to crack down on crime, yes or no?
I saw him last night, yes.
I find it completely remarkable that that is your answer, given that you advocated for defunding the police. You also starved them based on your Twitter. You starved them of morale. You constantly demonize police in your city. It is no wonder that there is an exodus in the police department here. And we wonder, causation and effect, you have DC police after you defunded them, and after you demonize them, you have them leave the department, and now you see inexplicably crime go up in the Washington, D.C. According to Chief Conti, he said right now the average homicide suspect has been arrested 11 times prior to committing a homicide. Do you think the men and women who serve the Metropolitan Police Department feel supported by DC Council to keep DC safe?
The last 10 years, DC has had to pay out $91 million in police misconduct settlements. That is 10 times the amount that you're referring to from a $9 million that was redirected out to other public safety efforts from a $500 million budget. That's not defunding our police. It's talking about how do we have a both-and approach to support our law enforcement.
Well, with respect, your Twitter says, I know not everyone agrees with where we landed. I hear you, and now that we've gone through committee to do the full council, I'm happy to keep work going. This is the biggest reduction to MPD that I've ever seen. That's defund the police. You've done that. There was an article with a headline that talked exactly about that you were the chief architect. In fact, there's a Twitter handle called Recall You. And it's about your efforts to defund the police. So now you're saying, now you're gaslighting the American people and telling them that they don't matter. The state. In 2014 to 2020, DC ranked the highest with a homicide rate of 19.84 per 100,000 people. DC wants to be a state. They can't even be a city. This is your premier case of what you get when you defund the police, you don't prosecute criminals, and you turn a blind eye to crime on the streets. This is our nation's capital, and quite frankly, it is unacceptable. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we're here in the Committee on Oversight and Accountability, yet it seems that oversight does not apply to law enforcement. This committee would rather disenfranchise DC voters than let a single cop face accountability. DC voters and council members saw the problem of police perpetuating different forms of misconduct or violence plaguing not only per year in the past decade, yet officers were charged with a crime in only 9 of those cases. Where is the accountability? Vehicle chases are one of the most dangerous police activities. Thousands of police officers, suspects, and bystanders have been killed. Tens of thousands have been injured in chases across the country. Chairman Mendelson, yes or no? Does the Comprehensive Policing and Justice Reform Amendment Act impose limits on vehicular chases to protect people?
Yes.
Thank you. In 2015, Alonzo Smith was murdered after an incident with DC Special Police officers. After Alonzo was handcuffed behind his back, the officers kneeled on his back and held his neck down. A factor in Alonzo's death was, quote, compression of torso. Not a single officer has been charged. Councilmember Allen, why does the Comprehensive Policing and DC has also paid tens of millions of dollars in settlements for police misconduct related to protests. Aggressive policing tactics should not infringe upon our constitutional right to protest. Councilmember Allen, what changes does the act make to the use of dispersal tactics by police in connection with protests?
The Metropolitan Police Department, we are no stranger to First Amendment assemblies here in the district. MPD is handling dozens of them probably every day. This makes sure that we have constitutional protections for people to be able to exercise their First Amendment rights.
Thank you. DC's Comprehensive Policing and Justice Reform Amendment Act honestly doesn't go far enough, but it is a vital first step forward towards comprehensive criminal justice reform. I'm astounded that this committee is willing to silence the voices, the vote back. Thank you.
Gentlelady yields. The gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grossman, is recognized for 5 minutes of question.
Yeah, I'm going to start here with a little anecdote, and we'll build off of that. About 12 years ago, 14 years ago, before I was a congressman, I went on a tour of Taiwan, and standard tour. At the end of the night, about 8 o'clock, me and a buddy of mine, another member of the Wisconsin legislature, we figured we'd go out and just, tour Taiwan. So we asked our guide, is there anywhere we shouldn't go? And we were told, no, there's nowhere you can't go. And I asked him again, because Taiwan, so you know, is a bigger city than Chicago, the only city in America, or Taipei, I'm sorry. Taipei is a bigger city than any city but Chicago. And he said, no, everywhere in Taipei is safe, which I found out he couldn't walk at night. I'd have to give him all sorts of places. And it looks like things haven't changed. You had a little bit of a downward dip in murders last year, but this year you're up again, and you're over 200 a year, which for a city this size is really intolerable. It's almost as bad as Milwaukee, which is adjacent to my district. There's anecdotal evidence that you hear constantly from staff around here about, people, cars being broke into. We heard what happened to Rand Paul's staffer the other weekend, which was tragic and what I think most people would say is a safe neighborhood. The second thing that concerns me, and you're not alone in this for a city of this size, depending how you do the measuring, your public schools are, third or fourth or second worst in the country as far as test scores. In Washington, they had to attend private schools, and like I said, looking at the test scores, you can see why. And I know that Vladimir Putin makes fun of our homeless population, which is somewhat of an embarrassment. I mean, if I walk back at night down Pennsylvania Avenue from the White House to the Capitol, as I do sometimes, or down Pennsylvania Avenue, you see all the tents there, and you've got to admit that that's kind of an embarrassment for what should be the greatest city of the world, a city that is attracting people, tourists from all over the world, and whether you look at the homelessness or the schools or the crime rate, you've got a problem. I'll ask you, Chairman Mendelson, as an example, and maybe there's some different schools, but if I have a visitor come here from another country, Taiwan, France, wherever, how do you respond? And what would you say about these tents of homelessness that, if Washington were a state, as I understand it, looking at the internet, so it's kind of dangerous to say I read it on the internet, but if I look on the internet, it would say that if Washington was a state, we'd have the highest percentage of homelessness in the country. So I'd like you to respond to those three things.
Thank you, Congressman. So if somebody is visiting and they ask if there's any place that they can't go that's not safe, I can't think of a neighborhood I would say that they can't go. U Street, the Wharf, Capitol Hill, I live 12 blocks from here, and I feel safe. So my answer would be no, there's not a place I say that you can't go. With regard to schools, I was thinking before this hearing, I'd like to say that I'm a public school parent, but she graduated from Duke Elementary. As chairman of the council, I often will meet with presidents of city councils from other cities, and we are seeing a problem with homelessness around the country. It is challenging. Homelessness has gone down in the district, but these tents are very concerning, and we are trying to find housing for those individuals.
I don't know if you really believe what you just told me. I mean, I talk to the staff around here, and without going a mile from the Capitol, there are all sorts of places they would recommend me not walking at night. I assume they know what's going on, and the murder rate is an indication.
Well, I'll be happy to take you out to dinner on the Hill.
I'll make one other comment. I wouldn't get that carried away. I think you got to decide how many times the person's done something before, how in public it is.
Okay.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Kesar, is recognized for 5 minutes for questioning.
Thank you. I ran for the United States Congress here in the last year, but now I'm back on the City Council. And the question for me is why? And I think the answer is pretty clear in this committee hearing. There is a strategy from the Republican majority to try to mischaracterize civil rights policy, overwhelmingly pushed by Democrats, as bad for public safety, to try to create this impossible choice between civil rights and public safety. But I humbly submit that Americans deserve both are in trouble and call 911, that we want them to get help, and that we don't want constituents getting harmed or shot in that process by anyone, including police. But in my time in Texas, I know that I've had many constituents who've had terrible experiences, including a young teenager named David Joseph in my district, who was having the worst day of his life when 911 was called to help David, who was in mental health crisis. He was supposed to be a graduate at Premier High School. Just a few months later, when police showed up, he was shot and killed within moments, not only unarmed, but naked in the street. No one should die in mental health crisis like David. No one should be killed over a $20 bill like George Floyd, or sleeping in their home like Breonna Taylor, or unarmed and fleeing like by police while eating McDonald's burger like Eric Cantu in San Antonio. It's clear that our communities need and deserve both public safety and police accountability, because both of those lead to more safety to our constituents. I hope that this committee and our body does not try to nullify DC's reasonable efforts to protect Americans. So I have some questions here for the members of the DC Council. Another story in Austin was one of Breonna King, who was a teacher who was allegedly speeding. She was pulled over and then shortly thereafter body slammed onto the ground. Our police chief wanted to discipline in the case, but because of things in our negotiated police contract and the fact that the incident had passed many months ago, he was not able to be disciplined until he was caught committing violence later against an innocent person. For there to be more safety for people like Ms. King, so that there can be discipline in cases of police violence, and that the police contract doesn't get in the way of police chiefs using discipline when they're trying to protect safety in their community.
Thank you. I'll take that first, if you don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think at the heart of the legislation, our comprehensive reform to improve accountability and transparency is to improve public safety, improve the trust between officers and the communities in which they serve. Every chief that I can recall has also asked for the ability to have powers to be able to hold officers who break that trust, who break that faith, who create misconduct, to be able to have the ability to discipline. And that's what this legislation does. The powers that we want to give our police department to be able to hold officers accountable. We talked about the officers that had to be rehired at the tune of millions of dollars, of taxpayer dollars. Think about the morale that creates as well, to build the faith of the community and to serve that community. So I believe that at the heart of this legislation, we not only improve transparency and accountability, we also are improving public safety overall.
Thank you for that.
If I could add,
yes.
So I think, this is just because it was my amendment to the bill, that the prohibition on bargaining discipline is arguably the most important provision. And it speaks to what you were saying. When there's a cop who has done something bad enough that the chief wants to fire that cop, the chief ought to be able to fire rather than being hamstrung by a union-negotiated disciplinary process, which research has shown actually works to the favor of bad cops. Raped a college student visiting D.C. area on a study abroad program. DUI accident. Termination reduced to 35-day suspension. Off-duty shooting in Maryland of individual near his truck in the early morning hour. To the vice unit. Termination rescinded. I mean, there's
Thank you,
incident
Mr. Chairman.
after
I want to thank, because our time is about to expire, I want to thank each of you for your work, recognizing that civil rights can be and must be public safety. Thank you.
Gentleman's time has expired. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, General Scott Perry, for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank the members of the council for coming, folks in the audience. While I certainly respect and agree with your interest in dealing with the affairs of your community and your life, let's understand that we share the nation's capital with the people of the country. It's their capital as well, and while we have the pleasure and the freedom to live anywhere in the United States of America, this is their capital, and if they want to come to the capital to address by some criminal element. Ladies and gentlemen, property crime is up 27% compared to 2022. This is 2023 now. Motor vehicle theft is up 105% during the same period of time. Total crime up 22%. Homicides increased 19%. And sexual abuse crimes up 100%. I mean, not only do the people that live here and work here recognize that, know it, people around the country know it too. And so if the council and the governance of DC can't address this problem adequately, and that doesn't seem adequate to me, then it's entirely appropriate, and I think that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle would agree, constitutional. It is across the country who wants to visit their capital demands this action. And I am concerned, Mr. Allen, we probably have a difference of opinion about how law enforcement should be treated, but it's my understanding that you propose cutting $15 million from the police force, and now that the actual cut is about $61.5 million, while Mr. Pemberton is telling this committee that we literally don't have, that you literally don't have the forces necessary to safeguard the population of this city. And that is exceptionally concerning. And there are bad actors across the board. Not every single group is 100% perfect. But to point out the few that are imperfect, certainly we're concerned about that. But to paint with a broad brush and say that our police forces, our law enforcement forces as a whole So I think it's appropriate to have this hearing so that we get to the facts and so we all understand what our role here is and what works and what doesn't, so that we can have a safe city and a safe place to operate. And I would just remind everybody that just a couple days ago, in broad daylight, around 5 o'clock, a staff member for the United States Senate was attacked with a knife and nearly killed. Stabbed in the head, went through his skull, stabbed in the side by someone who got out early, released early from his maximum sentence. And those are the kind of policies, and that is the result of those kind of policies. And if it can happen to him, minding his own business, nobody in their right mind wants to come to D.C. and address their government under those circumstances. Signs for what? To encourage safety and efficiency. Is that what you would say? That, well, you tell me what you think they're for.
That's my understanding.
For safety?
In general, traffic controls are for safety purposes.
For safety, because that's what I'm always told, yet the mayor has proposed increasing automated traffic cameras to bring in $578 million. So is it about safety or is it about money? Which one's it about?
I can't speak for the mayor.
What do you think it's about?
Our best estimate, I can't speak for the mayor.
What do you think? I didn't ask you. What do you think it's about? You have a shortfall, right? You're the financial guy. You need money, right? Because the mayor shut down the city. Everybody's gone. Crime's up. Nobody wants to come spend any money. Restaurants are closing. $578 million is a lot of money for cameras. What do you think it's about? Think it's about. These citizens want to know if you're going to be collecting all the money from them. Visitors to this Capitol want to know if you're going to use this to collect money from them, or is this about safety? Knowing that there's fraud, knowing that the CEO of one of the companies in Chicago went to jail for fraud for misusing this program. Is it about money or is it about safety? What's it about?
I think in the end it's about safety.
Not about money. That's your testimony.
Our estimate.
That's your answer.
It's the mayor's choice to pull.
What's your answer?
My answer is that more public devices that discourage unsafe driving behavior will have an
And they just
effect.
happen to collect $578 million. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentlelady from South Carolina, Ms. Mace, is recognized for 5 minutes for questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to my colleagues for having this today, that they're not sure what our objective is here today, that this entire hearing is a waste of time. It's really unbelievable that an increase in crime in our nation's capital would be a waste of time to my colleagues across on the other side of the aisle. Americans from all across the country travel to the Capitol of the United States of America to see our nation's founding and its history. And increasing crime is a waste of time. It's crazy that that's where we are today, and they want to flip the script and talk about DC statehood, which is not the purpose of this hearing. And crime has increased not just in DC, and I would say in DC exponentially. What I have witnessed myself has been pretty wild, but it's a problem across the country as well. Mr. Mendelson, did I hear you earlier today, just a little moments ago, say that DC is safe and that there's nowhere
and I feel safe, and I typically travel alone.
Homicides are up 40% from last year. Arson is up 400%. Car theft is up over 100%. How many cars have been stolen so far this year?
In my opening
How many
statement-
cars have been stolen so far this year in DC?
I don't have the exact number. in
Right.
front
You
of
know
me.
what? It's over 1,300 vehicles have been stolen in Washington, D.C. so far
A lot
this
of that
year.
has to do with TikTok, and that's a challenge
Oh,
around the
so
country.
you want to blame TikTok for the crime? Okay,
for the
that's fine.
Hyundais, for the Hyundais, and what's the other one? Kias and Hyundais.
I
We're
don't.
seeing that around
It's
the
an
country.
increase in crime. It's a huge problem. You don't even know the number of car thefts. Over 1,300 so far this year. Some cases, some people say over 1,500.
So, Congresswoman, as I pointed out in my opening statement, crime compared to 10 years ago is down 45%. Crime last year compared to the year
1,300 vehicles,
before
which
is
you didn't know
down.
the number that have been stolen in D.C. 1,300 so far this year. I'm done with you. I want to go on funding the police. Is that correct?
Correct. That is not my position.
Do you think you committed perjury up here by making that statement?
The council did not defund the police.
Well, have you seen your tweets?
Yes.
Do you know what you've put on Twitter?
Yes.
Because I've seen some of your tweets, and I would argue that you personally support defunding the police.
Can you find a tweet where I said
Yeah,
that?
I am gonna read you some right now. So on June 28th of 2020, you tweeted that our strategy is to reduce our force size in a responsible way by turning off the spigot plus adding in natural attrition. What do you mean by reducing our force size if you don't mean defunding the police? June 28th, 2020, you also said that this is, that not everyone disagrees where we landed, but this is the biggest reduction to the count for that.
Correct. So the reduction was $9.6 million, which is 1% of a $500 million.
Right, is that
budget.
defunding, is that reducing funding for our police force? Is that what that means?
Redirecting any amount of dollars to our other public safety priorities, that is not defunding. No.
Well, reducing the police force size, which is what you advocated for, would be defunding the police. Being proud of this being the biggest reduction to Metropolitan Police Department, I would argue falls into that category. You said on June 28th of 2020, you also said the district needs to be committed to a sustained effort of funding and defunding. You literally use the word defunding in your own tweets. And that aligns with our priorities and puts our public dollars where they can do the most good. Defunding. So what are you talking about? You also said on the same day, of years. May I ask my last question of you? How many hearings have you had on violence in DC, violent crime, so far this year?
I'm not the chair of Judiciary and Public Safety.
Okay.
I held 250 hearings and dozens on public safety and violence in our city.
The last one was about e-bikes. Do you think electronic bikes are more important than violent crime?
I don't think you need to pit them against each other.
I mean, why is an e-bike a priority over violent crime in Washington, D.C.? I personally have seen my own property vandalized up here. So, Mr. Mendelson, I would argue this is not a safe place. Crime is up exponentially. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and now you back.
Gentlelady yields. The gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Crockett, is recognized for 5 minutes for questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This has been such an eye-opening day for me, especially someone who is today hearing lots about scare tactics, and not anything about solutions. So very quickly, there was mention of a Police in Pursuit Act. I believe that's what you called it. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you took issue with that, correct?
One of the things, yes.
That was one of the things. And just to be clear, I've not read this act, but I'm curious. I would imagine that was something that talked about when you should pursue someone who potentially has committed a crime. And it most likely was a bill of some sort that was actually about public safety, making sure that law enforcement, or say someone who was in pursuit, hot pursuit, did not kill innocent bystanders. That's my guess. I'm telling you, I've not read it. Can you correct me if I'm wrong?
It prevented vehicle pursuits so that we wouldn't be able to chase criminals. That's what it did.
And for some reason, you felt like that officer that was convicted of murder in almost 30 years on duty, he shot at a vehicle because he felt like they were fleeing with an AR-15 and killed that 15-year-old child. And while we're talking about convictions, while he was convicted, unfortunately, the way things are set up in DC, qualified immunity while we're going through a civil suit is still something that they are believing should cloak this officer. But I'm gonna move on to some other issues. We talk, or at least my colleagues on the other aisle, are consistently talking about how they want to prevent crime and how they have issues with criminals. But for some reason, the majority of the media and the country is sitting around waiting on multiple indictments for the twice impeached former president. And I haven't really heard any of them say anything against Trump and the allegations. So when we talk about crime, and talk about the fact that the person that was occupying the White House is the one that caused an insurrection, and we had well over 1,000 folks so far that have been arrested, and that was here. I'm sure that that's affecting the numbers for crime in D.C. when we're looking at that overall number. Any councilman, can you help me out? Do those numbers factor into y'all's numbers? The insurrectionist?
If there are arrests were made, that would show up in the MPD reporting data, if that's what you mean.
Okay, yes, sir. Okay, thank you very much. In fact, you know, it seems like they want to be so hard on crime because they're saying we need to make sure we increase penalties. We've been doing that for a long time in this country. And for some reason, the United States leads in incarcerated, but we also lead in gun crimes. I know somebody didn't want to talk about gun crimes, but that's what they are. That's what happened in Tennessee. Just to be clear, we had bring somebody in and legislate for them, they continually give out more guns, which law enforcement testified, at least in my state of Texas, and said that that would make the streets less safe. Nevertheless, I digress. So this is the party that says that they care about making sure criminals stay locked behind bars, but we went on a little field trip on Friday, led by one of my Republican colleagues to check on the insurrectionists and make sure their tablets were working just fine. I don't really understand why we're playing this game. The reality is that the Republicans talk a lot. They talk a big game, but I need people to pay attention to what the Republicans do. And when it comes to lawlessness, they are all for it so long as it's one of their little friends. But when it comes down to black and brown, which we've already talked about, the city of of some of these policies. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
And they reelected you, correct?
Yes, ma'am. I was just reelected a couple of months ago.
Okay. So seemingly your constituents are good with you, right?
I didn't even have an opponent.
Okay. All right. So I'm from Texas. So your people can't vote for me, but for some reason people think that it makes sense that I should be running your city. I'm just trying to make sure I understand what's going on today. Thank you so much. With that, I'll yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17 of the United States Constitution grants Congress to exercise exclusive and the founders designed it that way. If you don't like that, then there is a process to change the U.S. Constitution. You can file an amendment and try to get it passed through Congress and kick it out to the states. The D.C. Council ultimately answers to Congress, and Congress ultimately answers to the American people because, as some of my colleagues have said, this is our capital city. Every American, white, black, brown, doesn't matter the color, it's our city. All things haven't been going all too well in our capital city lately. Mr. Allen, are you currently the chair of the Public Safety Committee?
No, sir, I'm not. I'm the chair of the Transportation and Environment Committee.
Were you in June of 2020 chair of the Public Safety Committee?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then in June of 2020, did your committee unanimously approve a plan to cut $15 million from the city police budget?
About 1% of the $500 million MPD budget, yes.
So yes? Okay. So 100+ officers. So Mr. Allen, yes or no if you could, do you believe that it's a good or bad idea to reduce the overall size of the DC police force?
I'm not going to pretend that the summer of 2020 there wasn't a large conversation taking place about what is the appropriate size.
But
we
now,
have a DC auditor.
And respectfully, now
Yep.
though, do you think it's a good or bad idea, yes or no?
I'm sorry, to what?
To reduce the size of the DC police force.
Right now, the auditor is trying to tell us what do we think the actual
I don't care
size
what the
should be.
auditor, what do you think?
Right now, we're growing the police force. We're trying
All right,
to grow
so
it.
do you think it's a good idea to grow the DC police force?
I agree,
Yes or no?
yes, and I have funded.
Okay,
to
so
increase that.
it's a pretty simple, and I think it is a good idea to grow it because do you recall how many officers you had in June of 2020?
I could get you that exact
It's
number. I don't
3,800.
have it exactly on top of my head.
3,800. Do you know what it is today?
I could get you the exact number on top of
3,400.
my head.
Okay, so So it's 4,200, and that it will take, if it ever occurs, will take a decade. So
the police chief also said that it's not an issue of budget, that we have funded positions they cannot hire for.
Sir, the policies that you all have set in place have set public safety back in our city, capital city, like over a decade. And this is the first time in 20 years we've seen 200 plus murders in DC. We haven't seen that in 2 decades. Do you believe that DC is a dangerous city?
No, but hiring police officers is something our entire country is going through. I funded
recruitment
incentives,
sir,
for example,
respectfully,
in DC,
I just asked you one,
Juneau, Alaska,
sir, I
to
asked
New
you a
Orleans.
specific question. This isn't your time. It's our time. So you don't believe that DC is a dangerous city. You know, and I don't want to get into anecdotes, so let's just look at statistics, because I think that's a really healthy way to do things. According to your own police department, the murder rate is 33 per 100,000.
I couldn't hear that, sorry.
Sorry. According to your own police robberies, 296 per 100,000. National average 61, 485% higher. Total violent crime, 597 per 100,000. National average 395, 151% higher. So empirically and statistically, it is a dangerous city. It is more dangerous. And you know, if people want to say, well, because it's a city, comparable cities like, and I just picked these out randomly, Fort Worth and Oklahoma City, murder rate is 13 per 100,000 and 12 per 100,000. So 2.5 times more likely to be murdered in DC than those cities. So it's clearly a very dangerous city. And Mr. Chairman, I'd like to enter into the record, submit for the record, an article that was written by the Washington Post, where the DC U.S. Attorney declined to prosecute 67% of those arrested. Mr. Pemberton, according to the Washington Post, 67%
all these neighborhoods, they're looking for the people who are committing crimes, who are committing violence against others, who are terrorizing neighborhoods. They're building probable cause. They're arresting them. Our detectives are doing investigations. They're getting probable cause for warrants. They're arresting them. And then when we bring those folks down to the U.S. Attorney's Office, those cases are getting what we call no papered, which means they're getting dismissed at intake.
Yeah, we need to protect the people of this city, not only the tourists that come here, but the people that live here. And well, my time is out. So, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it.
Can I just point out that the charging decisions are made by the federal attorney.
The gentleman's time has expired, but I'll allow the gentleman to respond.
Thank you. These charging decisions are made by the federal United States attorney. He's the one who prosecutes. He's the one who decides whether to paper these cases. It's enormously frustrating to us.
Thank you, sir. The chair recognizes Ms. to the committee for the purpose of questioning witnesses at today's committee's hearing, and the chair recognizes the ranking member.
No, we're recognizing Mr. Sessions.
Thank you, Without objection, so ordered. Does the ranking member wish to be recognized?
No, that's fine.
Yeah, the chair recognizes Mr. Sessions for 5 minutes for questioning.
I thank the chairman. I believe what happened there is they looked at me and they didn't see me and they saw you, so thank you. Thank you very much. I want to thank our witnesses for being here. In fact, despite what you think you're looking at, there's a huge interest in the success of Washington, D.C. And what you have members of Congress here doing is questioning your idea of success and the things which you initiate. That is what we're attempting to do. My parents lived here. My father served as the 4th director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. That's known as the FBI. And my parents lived in Washington, D.C. full-time from 1987 forward until their death several years ago. And I always felt like that they were entitled to being in a safe place and doing safe things. But I likewise feel like that members of Congress, people who visit Washington, D.C., should be aware of that this is not home. It's a different place for them, and they needed to take that into account. But we are intentionally interested in success. And so I think the argument that's taking place that is many times comes from policy. And policy leads to some conclusion, whether it's in our state and whether we lead the nation in uninsured people. No doubt we're right next to Mexico, and the law does not allow non-citizens some of the provisions that they're talking about. So, you know, there are reasons behind things, results, actions, numbers. Mr. Lee, I note that you came on board in June of 2022. Thank you for doing this.
Thank you.
The DC, a study that was done on all 50 states and Washington, D.C., a 2022 study by drug use by state compared all 50 states, the District of Columbia, and found that we're hoping that you'll go back and say, is this what we aim for? And if not, what are those natural characteristics of success in states that may be first through 20? What are those characteristics of things that they did to avoid this addiction problem? Mr. Lee, I want to ask you about money. Washington, D.C., years ago, received a good bit of money, and a high percentage of that was simply for health care from the federal government, and a high percentage of that was used for drug overdose in the emergency room. Can you tell me of the money that you put into the DC hospital system for surgery, taking care of patients?
What research that and provide you an answer.
Okay, Mr. Lee, these are the kinds of things that this committee, and I think members of Congress, if we were to admit to it, on both sides, we need to actually look at how DC is, Washington, DC, the District of Columbia, how it is looking at itself and how it wants to be seen and what those success markers are. And so I would like for each of you to know that you are the elected representatives, or that you serve, whether you live in DC or adjacent to it, whether you, Mr. Lee, I didn't ask where you lived, I'm not going to, but you serve there. And this committee is after an issue and a result. Criminals and prosecution. And so I would like for Mr. Allen to know we will be writing the U.S. Attorney. We will, in the majority, tell them that we have strong interest in the safety here, and we believe that his effective law enforcement to enable this city to have a better standing needs to be debated and discussed. And I want to help bring each of you back to what I consider to be a civil success model, to where we can then say, okay, a little bit of crime's okay, but at some point we recognize that we have thrown in the towel, and the criminals are better able to operate in our city than a safe. Chairman, thank you very much for including me in today's hearing. And to the ranking member, as we always try and work together, thank you very much. Yield back my time.
The gentleman's time has expired. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs. for 5 minutes for questioning. Sorry, brother. I had no part of that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I found it very interesting. This has been an interesting hearing. Thought it was intriguing to actually hear one of my colleagues across the aisle express their dismay at the federal government interfering with local and state government. That's like the first time I've ever heard a Democrat say that. It was awesome. But what makes this unique? Article 1, Section 8. That's what makes it unique. Exclusive they kind of misinterpreted a little bit. They want to say that it's kind of hands-off. It's not hands-off. We can delegate it, and we've delegated a lot of authority to the District of Columbia. But I want to just tell you how dangerous this place is. A good friend of mine, just a couple months ago, walking down just right over here, just off the Capitol, over by where a lot of us go eat, gets mugged. He was a little bit crazy. He literally chased the guy down to get his wallet back. I would not recommend that, but he did. But then I got this from a former coworker of mine. Says, in case you need, this is just less than a month ago, just a few weeks ago. In case you need another example of DC crime, I was part of a potential carjacking. Two blocks from the Senate, right by her office. Happened over lunchtime in broad daylight. There's no crime crisis here, not in this city. Mr. Lee, has your office analyzed the impact of recent business departures or business closures on the city's tax revenues?
Not specifically. Our responsibility is to forecast revenues, and so we look at the macroeconomic and regional economic conditions that lead to our revenue.
And one of those conditions is that the population of DC has fallen by 2.6% since 2020.
But it has rebounded. The last census shows that there are the population is beginning to increase. And our understanding...
So what's your net? I mean, do you have businesses been closing?
We're still down.
You're still down. Is it going to go down or up? How do you attribute to closures and people having left?
Many major cities in the country saw a population decline as a result of the pandemic and the new working from home labor market.
And that's what Mayor Bowser has said. One of her problems is that the feds have continued with a teleworking program that has impacted your economy because people aren't coming in. Do you agree with her assessment?
Yes.
So over that same time period from 2020, direct appropriations to the District of Columbia have increased by almost $90 million, which does not include funding that DC receives through formula or competitive grant programs of federal agencies. Can you discuss for us generally how the district utilizes that federal funding?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear which federal funding.
The $90 million. Mr. Lee?
What's complicated in understanding federal funding is the COVID relief resources that every jurisdiction has received. So,
how about you? How about the DC jurisdiction?
Right.
If you can't answer, just say I can't answer.
I cannot answer that specifically.
Fair enough. I mean, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask you then if you would please, maybe we can get in contact and get some more specific, and you can give me that information, then I'd be happy to share it with the rest of the committee.
Congressman, I can give some information if you want me to answer.
Why don't you get with Mr. Lee and we'll get together. I've got other questions I want to ask.
It's up to you, but
geez.
Our discretionary federal funding is $100 million, which is 0.08% of our, excuse me,
So
0.8.
no, that's beautiful, okay? I get crime statistics, but you've taken my time. Way to filibuster. We had already arranged to get that information offline.
I just thought I was being.
Yeah, well, that's what happens when we don't have order and decorum in here, and you just think you can speak and say whatever. It's rude. It's rude.
Okay, the gentleman's time is long since due.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from, Mr. Goldman is recognized for questioning for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am probably one of the few, if only, members of this committee who grew up in Washington, D.C. And I grew up at the time that it was considered the murder capital of the world. And the city has actually shown trade in D.C. was 60% higher than it is today. In 2022, violent crime in the district dropped 7%, and property crime also decreased. So there's no question that crime is a problem in this city, as it is in cities across the country. But the fact that my colleague from Arizona has a few anecdotal examples of crime does not mean that this topic is worth an entire hearing for this oversight committee. We are going on hour 4 of a hearing focused on a city of a population of 712,000 people. There are 332 million people in this country, and yet now, I have a question for Mr. Pemberton. In the last 20 years, do you know which states in the aggregate have higher murder rates, traditionally blue states or traditionally red states?
I don't know the answer to that, sir.
Okay. The answer is red states. Red states, over the last 20 years, and certainly in more recent times, have had significantly higher murder rates than blue states. But we aren't here focusing on the murder rate around the country. We are not focused on red states around the country where the murder rate is higher per capita than it is in blue states. No, we're focused solely on Washington, D.C., and we're frankly wasting our time trying to intrude on the governance of our time. Since 2011, at least 7 states that voted for Donald Trump were among the top 10 states with the highest murder rate. And from 2000 to 2020, for each year, the murder rate in the 25 states that voted for Donald Trump is higher than the murder rate in the 25 states that voted for President Biden. Now, I would like to ask for unanimous consent to introduce a report published by The Third Way, dated January 27th, 2023, that is titled The 2-Decade Red State Murder Problem.
Without objection.
Thank you. I want to ask Mr. Mendelson, since you've been
It's very, very, very different and better. Better managed. I said that in my opening statement. We are financially healthy. Our ratings reflect that. Wall Street ratings reflect that. Economic activity is very, very different and better than it was 30 years ago. Crime is much, much, much down. As I said in my opening statement, there's a perception and the reality is what you indicated in your own comments about crime, that it's down.
I find it.
I could go on, but I don't.
No, I think that's certainly my impression, having been away in New York for for a long time, where crime is also a problem. Crime is a problem. It's generally up post-pandemic around the country. And we ought to be fighting crime, but we ought to not be year-olds were murdered in their school. And here we are talking about Washington, D.C. and what Congress needs to do about Washington, D.C., when we really ought to be focused on the gun violence epidemic that is torturing our children around this country. That should be the focus of the next 4-hour hearing of this Oversight Committee, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman, my colleague from Arizona, Mr. Gosar, is recognized for 5 minutes for questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, you can make statistics that tell you anything you want. That's how they operate. So you have to be very, very careful on that. But I'm going to be a little more redundant. The District of Columbia was granted limited autonomy in 1973 by Congress, who at the time did not wish to intervene in the day-to-day governance of the city. With the exclusive jurisdiction over the District of Columbia. Recently, the district is experiencing rising crime across the board, from sexual abuse to motor theft to homicides. Now, that may not be 30 years from now, but it has been over the last couple of years. DC is a mess, and its leaders have proven incapable of governance. The crime in our nation's capital is out of control. It's time for Congress to reassert itself as DC's proper constitutionally mandated sovereign. That's why I'm reintroducing the DC Home Rule Improvement Act, which will further empower Congress to overturn reckless DC laws. Now, Mr. Mendelson, I got a series of things for you. The DC Council voted in 2020 to permanently rename a street adjacent to the White House, Black Lives Matter Plaza, quote. I would like to convey some anecdotes and some information about the organization Black Lives Matter. In 2016, BLM protesters injured 21 police officers in St. Paul, Minnesota. Except an unprovoked attack near a train station. Black Lives Matter is violently anti-police. They are a race-baiting cartel that has racketeered billions of dollars. As of recently, that is estimated to be $90 billion. Mr. Mendelson, do you know how many deaths and billions of dollars in damages were caused as a result of Black Lives Matter and the Antifa protests in 2020? Yes or no?
I don't know, but it wasn't named after the organization. It was named after the concept of Black Lives Matter.
Well, I mean, that's hard to configure, but the actual was $2 billion and 18 deaths. What kind of message do you think that commemorating a group with such a vicious and violent history sends to people of Washington, D.C.? Now, I heard your comment. It's not about the group. It's about its theoretical prospects. I get it, but I mean, there's a synonymous problem here. Mr. Pemberton, how does BLM violence and threats against police affect morale?
Well, I don't care who's bringing the violence. If people are being violent against police officers, it doesn't really matter to me what kind of flag they're waving. If they're committing violence against police officers, they need to be held accountable.
I appreciate that comment. Now, Mr. Allen, this year you sponsored the DC Achieves Establishment Act, correct?
I'm sorry, Congressman, I couldn't hear which bill you said.
Sorry, I lost my voice this weekend. You sponsored the DC Achieves Establishment Act, correct?
I'm going to assume that you are correct.
Yes. This bill requires the mayor to establish a fund to provide grants to undocumented students. Did I read that correctly?
I think I was
to illegal aliens, true?
I might be having trouble hearing, sir. You trailed off at the end, I just couldn't hear you.
These grants would cover tuition and non-tuition expenses to illegal aliens.
I believe that for individuals that are coming to the District of Columbia, it helps provide education.
No, it's for that population base.
for
So under this
undocumented
bill,
residents,
while
maybe.
American citizens across the country are facing student loan crises, illegal aliens would get their school paid for without the expectation that they would even have to pay it back. This seems very contradictory. I mean, it's very offensive. Now, I've got one more last thing that I want to look at. Mr. Mendelson, I hope I said it right, and Mr. Allen. A question was asked about sentencing, and you got upset about, this from the U.S. attorney, but yet you put forward a sentencing package that was very different. How do we validate, or how do we reconcile those?
Well, actually, the issue of sentencing is what the U.S. Attorney asks for. The issue of charging is whether the U.S. Attorney chooses to charge. So my response to the congressman was that he was lamenting that prosecutions, nobody prosecutes. I think he said something like that. Well, that's up to the U.S. Attorney whether to charge, and actually the sentencing is a function of the court, and what the U.S. Attorney asked for, and of course what the court ultimately decides.
But they're all interrelated.
Well, they're interrelated, but I just, because I have this in front of me, the Senate staffer who was seriously assaulted last week, which under the revised criminal code, the soft on sentencing bill, he would be charged with attempted murder, and that's a 22.5-year penalty plus enhancements, because I think he was armed, which means 27 years. Current code is 15 years. The revised code that was soft on crime is 27 years. But the decision to charge is not ours. It's not the district government. It's the U.S. Attorney, and the sentencing decision is by the court, which is federally appointed.
I gotcha. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Mr. Moskowitz for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I want to thank the majority for finding the time to fit this hearing in between attending former President Donald Trump's memorial service to David Koresh just last week, who was a real advocate for young girls in this country. My first question to bed. You think they're worried about public urination in Washington, D.C., or you think they're worried about sending their kid to school and their kid not coming home?
As a father of 2 kids who packed them up this morning and sent them to school, I care about making sure they're coming home.
Thank you. I voted with the majority on the disapproval because I'm consistent. You guys want to talk about D.C. public schools and crime? I don't want to burst your bubble over there, but mass murder in schools is crime. That's crime. You want to talk about 1,300 cars being stolen? 550 people have been murdered in school. Who cares about the cars? What about the kids? No hearing for them. 338,000 kids have experienced gun violence. Parents who have had to bury their kids, who have had to decide what to put their kids, what kind of clothes to put their kids in when they bury them, or what kind of box they have to pick out for their child, or for when they come home and that room in their house is empty. What do you think about for the parents who have all their kids' stuff and they don't know what to do with it? What do you think about the parents? No high school graduation, no college graduation, no wedding, no grandkids, no future. What do you think those parents who have buried their kids think that we're holding a hearing to talk about DC public urination? Speaking of crime, Republican on Republican crime, former President Donald Trump held a rally in Waco, Texas with his but is an 81-year-old slip and fall survivor in Minority Leader Mitch McConnell. I'm just wondering if, we're going to find time in between, some folks here attending the next rally to celebrating Timothy McVeigh, if we're going to find time to hold a hearing on mass murder in schools. When are we having that hearing? We want to talk about crime and murder. Let's have a hearing on murder in schools. It's murder. Is there any question? I'll yield to anyone on this committee who disagrees that murder in schools is not murder. I yield.
Will you yield?
Oh, I'll yield. Yes, please.
Yeah, when I was in 11th grade and Joe Biden made our schools gun-free school zones, one of the students in my school brought 3 guns to school, and our entire school went on lockdown because he was the only person with a gun. Because a good guy with a gun killed that woman. She identified as a man. She was mentally ill, probably taking hormones, and she went in and murdered children and adults in this Christian school in Nashville. So if you want to have a good talk about schools and protecting children, we need to talk about protecting our children the same way we protect our president, we protect our celebrities, we protect this building.
Reclaiming my time.
Okay, I'll yield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There are 6 people that are dead in that school, including 3 children, because you guys got rid of the assault weapons ban. Because you guys made it easy for people who don't deserve to have weapons, who are mentally incapable of having weapons of war, being able to buy those weapons and go into schools. I voted for SROs in my schools in But AR-15s, you've seen what those bullets do to children? You know why you don't hunt with an AR-15 with a deer? Because there's nothing left. And there's nothing left of these kids when people go into school and murder them while they're trying to read. You guys are worried about banning books. Dead kids can't read.
Gentleman's time's expired. Chair recognizes Mr. Langworthy for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And first off, I'd like to thank the witnesses for being here today. America's law enforcement officers keep our communities safe. However, even in the face of a steep rise in crime throughout the city, the D.C. Council has made it impossible for the Metropolitan Police Department to adequately fulfill its duties to serve and protect. Mr. Pemberton, organizations for police officers overwhelmingly of the National Association of Police Organizations and the Federal Law Enforcement Officers Association. Did the D.C. Council consult with any of these groups before passing the revised criminal code?
No, as far as I'm aware, there was no sworn police officers that were involved in the rewrite of the criminal code.
Why do you think that the council failed to consult with these groups?
Like they do in most of their legislation, I don't think they want police officer involvement, or they don't want to hear police officers' perspectives in exactly how these policies are going to unfold on the ground.
The proposed D.C. crime bill would have lowered penalties for a number of crimes, including carjackings, which have seen a steep rise in recent years. Do you believe that the D.C. Council was considering how this crime bill impacts the day-to-day work of D.C. police officers or potentially strains D.C. police resources?
No, quite the opposite. I'm pretty sure.
Funding for the D.C. police in the past. In 2020, the council and Mayor Bowser publicly disagreed over the council's plan to cut $15 million in police funding, a move the mayor suggested would harm public safety. Mr. Pemberton, as a professional police officer, what effect does a $15 million cut have on police and public safety in general?
Well, from the rank and file perspective, when you hear that your elected leaders are trying to take away funding for your police department, the perception is that they don't want you doing your job, or they don't want you out policing these neighborhoods, and they're not looking to retain or hire the right people.
Have you noticed a problem in retention within the Metropolitan Police Department?
Yes, we've lost almost 1,200 officers in the past 3 years.
Now, where have the officers gone that have left the force?
Many of them have found other agencies that haven't, in which their elected officials and their employees.
How long and what would it take for the police force to get back to full strength at this point?
That's an impossible question to answer because right now we're running a deficit of 15 to 20 people per month. So I can't even plot a trajectory on a graph as to how long it would take us to increase the number. Right now, if you drew the timeline out, the number of police officers would eventually get to zero if we don't do something.
Now, Mr. Mendelson and Mr. Allen, I'd like to ask either of you why you believe over 600 officers have left the police force since you passed the, quote, emergency police reform.
Thank you for the question. Every police department, major police department in this country is suffering with a drop in applicants for police. I was just looking at an article in New York City, 900 officers they lost last year. Our Metro Police the union can't provide any evidence that shows that it correlates with the legislation. It is a national problem that right now people are not attracted to working in the police departments, whether it's here or New York City or other cities.
Thank you, Congressman. I'll echo that what we are seeing across the entire country, police work is incredibly hard. It's incredibly hard work. It's also incredibly hard to recruit a lot of folks into it. In the district, part of what I helped move forward are signing bonuses, which a lot of other jurisdictions have done around the country. We've passed legislation to protect our officers if they're injured in the line of duty. We have found ways, which I think is the most important, is to try to help grow our own. Right now, only about 18% of our police force actually live in the District of Columbia. So we have housing incentives and other ways to help them be able to call DC home. But our biggest tool is actually our MPD Cadet Academy. And I help grow that for serve, and it creates a built-in pipeline for our officers and for the police department to be able to grow the numbers that we need.
This is one of the great cities of the world. It deserves to be safe. Its citizens deserve to be safe. Its visitors deserve to be safe. Our staff members, you know, we saw what happened to Senator Paul's staff this week. If I had a member of my own staff here on Capitol Hill jumped while I was trying to pump gas. I mean, these can be life or death situations, and we invite the world to visit us here in our great nation's capital, and we deserve our police officers deserve to be supported. The most three dangerous words that have ever been uttered are defund the police, and this culture needs to stop. So I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Gentleman's time's expired. Chair recognizes Ms. Green for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Today, later on the DC Police Department Twitter, alert, shooting investigation in the 3000 block of 30th Street Southeast. Look for a black male wearing all black clothing, last seen fleeing from the 3000 block of 30th Street Southeast. There's been a double homicide, I believe, is being investigated right now here in DC. Chairman Mendelson, do you stay with your statement that there is not a crime crisis in Washington, DC?
Absolutely, and as I said in my opening statement, it is concerning, and there are folks who believe that crime has gotten worse. But when you look statistically, 10 years ago, crime's down 45%. Year to year, crime is down 7%. Go back to the 1990s, 400 homicides.
Chairman Mendelson, this is 2023. We aren't back in the 1900s. This is 2023 in Washington, D.C. Was more interested in renaming streets than doing anything about crime. And that's a shame that that's your focus. I'd also like to point out the Rand Paul staffer that was stabbed in the head in broad daylight here in our nation's capital. I'm from Northwest Georgia, and when visitors come to our capital, I have to warn them about the amount of crime and how dangerous the city streets are here in Washington, D.C., because it's completely out of control. I'd also like to point out that it's completely shocking to me that this bill you all had was going to eliminate all mandatory and statutory minimum sentences other than first-degree murder, regardless of whether the offense is committed while armed or unarmed. It was going to reduce liability for felony murder prosecutions and reduces the maximum sentence for first-degree sexual assault and first-degree sexual abuse of a minor from life in prison to 30 years. Obviously, I can't even comprehend that. That's hard for me to even consider. But maybe the problem is that the DC City Council isn't worried about crime. You know, lying about how insane crime is not a problem here doesn't cover it up. And saying that you support the police or funding the police doesn't change the fact that there is a lack of police officers here because they don't feel the support here in the city. Let's talk about Mr. Pemberton. Over the past 6 years, plummeting numbers of police %. And most tragic and alarming, these are your words, juvenile homicide rates doubled. Can you expand on that, please, sir?
Yeah, absolutely. So this all relates to the number of police we have on the department. We cannot fulfill the demand. We cannot respond to the 911 calls. We cannot get to the people who are requesting our assistance from us. And when we get to the scene, there's not enough officers to properly handle it. We don't have enough detectives to investigate these cases. And then when we are, the criminal justice system is failing us. And all of this can be traced back to the policies that the city council has passed. And in addition to that, the rhetoric that they've used. Police officers do not want to work in an environment where their elected officials are treating them like garbage. And that's why they're leaving. They're going to other jurisdictions. As everyone has said here today, there's a crisis in law enforcement. These officers can go anywhere. They can, I'd be to that extent, you know, you've heard Mr. Mendelson and Mr. Allen both say that this is a national issue. Well, the reason it's a national issue is because the same rhetoric and the same types of legislation have been passed all over the country, which is why all of these major cities are having these same problems. And the fact is, until they start respecting their employees and start treating police officers correct, we're not going to get ourselves out of this mess anytime soon.
That's right, Mr. Pemberton. And I'll go back to one thing. While a shooting occurred while we're sitting here having this hearing, your strict gun control laws are not protecting residents here in D.C., but they are allowing criminals to run rampant in the streets, murdering people. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair recognizes a gentleman from Kansas, Mr. LaTurner, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for being here today. Our country is in the midst of a surging crime wave. The brick and mortar retail industry has lost hundreds of billions of dollars to organized theft these past few years, a 50 and 36% increase in homicide and aggravated assaults, respectively. The crime wave sweeping across our nation has engulfed its capital city, too. And how have Washington Democrats responded? By pushing for an across-the-board weakening of our criminal justice code. Their recent proposition, which was fortunately defeated by my Republican colleagues in Congress, would have fortified legal and procedural protections for petty thieves, eliminated a litany of mandatory minimum sentencing standards, and even reduced maximum penalties for heinous crimes like armed robbery and carjacking. The president's refusal to veto Congress's condemnation of the D.C. City Council's efforts to weaken the criminal code, despite 173 congressional Democrats throwing their weight behind the measure, is tacit acknowledgement of a fact that's been widely apparent to anybody with an ounce of sense. Soft on crime policy policy, our mandates our founding fathers wrote into the first line of our Constitution. But progressive lawmakers seem to have forgotten this prime directive of public service. Law enforcement officers in Kansas and across this country put their lives on the line to keep our communities safe. Instead of pushing dangerous anti-police rhetoric and weakening penalties for violent crimes, Congress should be laser focused on ensuring our police officers have all the resources that they need to do their job. Councilman Allen, we're less than 90 days into this year. And according to self-reporting by DC Police, there's already been approximately 150 incidents of carjacking, 72% of which have involved a firearm. Mr. Allen, when the vast majority of these incidents are being carried out with potentially lethal intent, how can you morally justify your efforts to relax minimum sentencing standards for carjacking by 16 years?
Thank you for the room. It was not soft on crime. What we have is a 120-year-old.
There wasn't a reduction of 16 years for the penalty?
You're speaking about the maximum?
For the minimum sentencing standards for carjacking by 16 years.
The maximum is what you're talking about. The maximum was set at 40 years, and the proposed reduction was to go to 24 years, which is stronger and tougher than most of the states represented in this room right now. It still would cover almost 98% of all sentences that are handed out in the court. We have a problem with a 120-year-old criminal code that makes us less safe today because it is unclear, it is unproportionate, it makes it hard for prosecutors to be able to do their job, makes it hard for juries to find, makes it hard for judges to be able to render decisions. It's also unfair for victims who are unable to get accountability. Our problem is our old criminal code, and that needs to be revised. That's not going to happen now, and we're going to have to figure out how to move forward with that. But that is a significant problem.
The people you represent,
the proposal you're talking about was entirely consistent with the ways in which courts and judges are handing out sentences today, which is also stronger and longer sentencing than most of the states that are represented in this room.
The average sentence in court for the last 10 years has been 15 years for carjacking.
I'll ask the questions for the individual that I want to answer them. Officer Pemberton, my home district, much like Washington, D.C., is struggling with an epidemic of drugs and opioids. Are there any policing strategies you found particularly effective in combating crime stemming from substance abuse?
Well, our department has had quite the opposite problem. Going back to 2014, they've eliminated all of our vice units. Those were the district-based units that were dedicated to investigate drugs and guns and gang crime and prostitution. They dismantled all those units in 2014, maybe 2015. They tried to centralize our narcotics unit and less than 25 people investigating narcotics offenses in this entire city. So we've had quite the opposite problem. I think your question is, have I found anything that's effective? We certainly had an effective and robust anti-narcotics effort, but the city has done away with that over the past 5 or 6 years, and we have almost zero officers, as close to zero as you can imagine, investigating narcotics or narcotics enforcement. And I know that the number of fentanyl overdoses and opioid overdoses has skyrocketed as well.
What the city has done is gotten rid of common sense when making these important, critical decisions. I'll yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from North Dakota, Mr. Armstrong, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'd like to yield my time to Mr. Timmons.
Thank you, my friend. We seem to keep having the fees that you imposed have a similar or disparate effect. So you're missing the point. We have a problem. We have a real problem. It doesn't matter what you think you intend to do, what you wrote. The problem is that in the last 2 hours, there's been shooting in Southeast 3 miles from here where someone was killed and someone was taken to the hospital. Multiple carjackings in the last 2 hours. It's 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I mean, this is out of hand. So instead of talking about how what you did was not bad, when again, 250 members of Congress, 81 senators, and the president disagree with you. Let's talk about what we're going to do. What can you do to tell the people of Washington, D.C. that so what's the plan? And Councilman Allen or Councilman Mendelson.
I really appreciate the question, Congressmember. As part of this conversation, I think it's the first time, and I really appreciate it, of saying what are the steps we can take, what are actions we can take, so thank you. As I talked about in my opening statement, we have one of the most poorly designed, dysfunctional criminal justice systems in the District of Columbia. We do not have control over a federal U.S. attorney who makes charging decisions. We do not have any control or accountability for a federal Bureau of Prisons. We don't have any accountability for supervision agencies.
Real quick, I appreciate all those issues. Instead of saying things you don't control, what do you control? Because you control how many law enforcement officers are being forced out because of your policies, and he's saying that 400 this year will be forced out. They'll resign because they don't want to deal with it. So what do you control that you can actually create a safer D.C.? What is within your purview?
And in that, because we have such a system that is dependent upon federal agencies that we have no accountability for, we are unable to control, they won't even show up to our hearings when we talk about balanced public safety. Those are actions in your hands.
So let me put a little flesh on that. There's a Criminal Justice Coordinating Council. I sit on that. That's all the law enforcement agency heads, federal and DC. I have several times presented to them my proposal for what we can do to reduce violent crime, gun crime in particular, and that is that the U.S. Attorney establishes a gun prosecution unit, that the Superior Court establishes a gun court. We have seen that there is a higher success rate and quicker prosecutions and convictions when there is a gun court and a gun prosecution unit. We have no control over the U.S. Attorney or the Superior
I'm happy
Court.
to address structural changes, but
But
that's a longer conversation.
But that would reduce gun violence.
What you can do is you can publicly and openly support law enforcement, fund them, and facilitate said and is taking a completely different position. I want to talk about one more thing. Homelessness in Washington, D.C. is out of control. Vagrancy facilitates a higher degree of criminality. If you are down on your luck and you are sleeping in the street, you have a higher propensity to commit a crime. That's just the way it works, and it has been shocking the degree and the how widespread homelessness has become. What can you do to help these people? They need help. They don't need to sleep in a park for months and years. They need opportunity. They need to be able to get out of the position they're in. What can you do to address that?
The best answer to homelessness is safe and stable housing. And so we've been working to create vouchers to get people into safe and stable housing. That's going to be the solution to help people in. If I can answer one quick question that you had also asked about policing. Please keep in mind, the revised criminal code that we passed increased the criminal penalty for assaulting a
police commits any of those, you should tell everybody in D.C. that you're going to go to prison for a very, very long time. That's the solution. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I agree, but they don't. The cases don't get charged, and that's the U.S. Attorney's decision.
So I've got 10 seconds and running between a bunch of things, but I just would like to point something out from my side of this. I spent 10 years as a criminal defense attorney. I think if you ask everybody in this town, I am one of the Republicans who believes significantly in serious, smart criminal justice reform. Y'all are making it a lot harder to do that. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman's time's expired. Chair recognizes Mr. Clyde for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Comer, for allowing me to participate in this hearing today, and thank you to our witnesses. It's nice to actually see some of the City Council in person. For far too long, our nation-ridden cities, Washington is now notoriously unsafe. Over 19 million people visited D.C. in 2021. Our nation's capital city must be safe for all constituents to visit their elected officials and learn about our nation's history and government, just as it must be safe for residents, local businesses, D.C. and D.C. commuters. However, this is simply just not the case. While local Democrat officials claim otherwise, the data doesn't lie. According to the Metro Police Department, so far this year, in less than 3 months, there have already been more than 50 homicides, 40 cases of sexual abuse, more than 1,600 incidents of motor vehicle theft, 600 robberies, 220 burglaries, nearly 1,900 cases of theft from auto, over 1,700 cases of theft, assaults with a deadly weapon, and the list goes on. Crime is clearly on the rise in our nation's capital city, yet local leader needed to effectively defend D.C. from rising crime. Mr. Mendelson, do you think there's a crime problem in D.C.? A yes or no is sufficient.
Crime problem? Yes.
Yes, thank you. And do you believe, as the chairman of the D.C. City Council, your role and the council's should be to protect the residents and visitors in Washington?
Yes.
Again, thank you. So given the troubling crime crisis here in Washington, which in just the last week led to numerous crimes, including the horrific stabbing of one of Senator Rand Paul's staffers and a half-dozen juveniles shot in the last 48 hours, and the assault of Democrat Congresswoman Angie Craig in the elevator in her own apartment complex in the morning, the very morning of the vote in the House to take down the revised Criminal Code Act. You know, given the crime crisis, isn't it the council's response? Now, when the House voted to strike down the D.C. Revised Criminal Code Act, one of the things I believe that you said, Mr. Mendelson, was you were going to pull the bill back so that you could continue working on it. Is that correct?
Yes.
Wouldn't it have been the appropriate time to take back and continue to work on it after Mayor Bowser vetoed the misguided bill instead of overturning her veto and sending it to the Congress?
I pulled it back because it was clear that we didn't have the support in the Senate, and as many of us do as legislators, when we see that we're losing, we pull it back to work on it.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to request unanimous consent to submit for the record a copy of Mayor Bowser's letter to Mr. Mendelson dated January 4, 2023, where she wrote, "This bill does not make us safer when referring from the Metro Police Department."
The council passed a budget that redirected $9.6 million to other public safety efforts. That's about 1% of the
Did they strip it
budget.
from the Metropolitan Police Department?
$9.6 million was redirected from the Metropolitan Police Department to other public safety efforts that represented about 1% of a $500 million budget.
So, I recently introduced a resolution of disapproval to block the implementation of the D.C. Council's so-called Comprehensive Policing and Justice Reform Emergency Amendment Act of 2022. And I'm thankful that my common sense resolution has the support of the D.C. officers and the D.C. Police Union, because in reality, this is a backdoor defund the police. Though you may not take a whole lot of money from them from the front end, what you do is you reduce their morale and you make them quit so they don't really want to work for D.C. anymore. Mr. Pemberton, as a police officer in the District of Columbia, can you tell me about
The bill has actually been in effect since June of 2020. They've passed it on an emergency basis.
Correct.
And this is the #1 reason that we see the best of the best officers leaving this agency.
over 1,200, am I correct, or about that number?
That's right. At least over 1,000 since this bill has been passed. That's correct.
Okay, and you haven't been able to replace them either?
No, we can hire almost no one. I think we're still running a deficit of 20 to 25 officers a month.
Thank you. Mr. Pemberton, do you believe the council's bill would increase public safety for D.C. residents, visitors, and small businesses, or would it have the opposite effect? And I've run out of time, so
I think it would be catastrophic. I think it would be an absolutely catastrophic situation for the city based on crime and the police department.
Thank you very much, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. That concludes our question part of the hearing today, and at the request of the ranking member, he and I will each give 5-minute or less closing statements.
I had seen equal passion on behalf of public safety in the District of Columbia on January 6th, when 150 of our officers were violently assaulted by a mob that he came to describe as engaging in a normal tourist visit. Mr. Chairman, today's been a great lost opportunity. In the wake of the brutal violence in Nashville, which took the lives of 3 children and 3 adults, we've had the opportunity to try to unify the country around concrete, practical action in order to reduce and end the bloodshed across America that we're suffering in these mass murders. And yet, we punted on it. We decided not to do anything on it. And that's sad, because it's not red states versus blue states. Some of my colleagues pointed out dying in the epidemic of gun violence sweeping across the country. And there should be no red states or blue states, just the United States when it comes to trying to preserve the public safety of our people. And it's the same thing with democracy. Our commitment to democracy and voting rights and representation should not be determined by who we think people are going to vote for. I'm an American, and I want every American to be represented in the Congress of the United States. I want every community of tax-paying, draftable citizens like the one in Washington, D.C. to have representation. And I consider that a matter of basic civic respect and democratic pride. Now, this has been a degraded, tawdry discourse today with obsessive questioning about public urination. I hope the public does really here to discuss. Well, it's not defunding the police, which has nothing to do with it. And of course, Mr. Allen pointed out they were talking about 0.5% of the overall budget, a cut, but that has nothing to do with it. This is not budgetary in any way. We're not here to talk about carjacking as much as we've heard about carjacking, and we're not here to talk about anecdotes. The anecdotes are indeed grim, lurid, shocking. Here, I'll give you a few more. Man arrested after pistol whipping, carjacking. Man in custody after carjacking woman at gunpoint. Police arrest 2 juveniles on suspicion of carjacking after pursuit. 18-year-old arrested in carjacking mother at gunpoint in front of a child, searching for a person of interest in a double homicide. And police department lookout disenfranchise the people in this community, right? The people of Bakersfield, California, where I just took all these headlines from just by going online, which is represented by Speaker Kevin McCarthy. What an absurd way to think about legislating, to read a bunch of headlines and then think that that's some kind of principled analysis of a problem. What are we talking about? The Comprehensive Policing and Justice Amendment Act of 2022. They want to build on their success in overthrowing the criminal code revision by now overturning this. And why? Well, Chairman Mendelson explained it. It's because the union doesn't like the fact that they can no longer have as a subject matter of collective bargaining, discipline of officers, which is controversial around the country. Some of my colleagues said they were surprised to see Democrats standing up so strong for democratic self-government. I'm surprised. Bargain their own discipline. And as Chairman Mendelson said, you've got people who are assailants, robbers, rapists, who are able to get back on the force because they've made that a matter of collective bargaining. Now, you might agree with it, you might disagree with it. This is the choice of the people of Washington, D.C. And this is going to come to the floor now, and they're going to engage in all of this hysterical anti-crime rhetoric. They're so tough on crime. Well, except for January 6th and violent insurrection and those 1,000 cases that are clogging up the courts of the District of Columbia. But They're so upset about crime, they want to overturn this police reform legislation. Ridiculous. Everybody should vote against this. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back, and let me conclude by again reminding my friend, the ranking member, what the purpose of this committee hearing is, to the escalating, out-of-control crime in this city. This committee has legislative jurisdiction over Washington, D.C. The fact that the President of the United States and a majority of Democrat senators voted with us on our resolution shows that crime is a bipartisan issue. The concern to reduce crime is of the utmost importance to every American. And we take that role seriously on the committee. And I'd like to remind the ranking member that when his party was in control of this committee over the past 2 years, to my knowledge, we had the last three hearings that this committee had on Washington, D.C., all pertained to the Washington Commanders football team and had nothing to do with the crime in Washington. Washington could become a more dangerous city if the D.C. Council votes Tuesday, as currently planned, to override Mayor Muriel Bowser's veto of a bill that decreases punishment for violent crimes such as carjacking, home invasion, burglaries, robberies, and even homicides. The far-reaching rewrite of the criminal code will further tie the hands of police and prosecutors while overwhelming courts. With the capital city awash in handguns, the measure would also scale back penalties for convicted felons illegally carrying firearms, as well as for using them to commit crimes. I also want to quote the D.C. Police Chief, Robert Conti, and he said, and I quote, "We need to keep violent people in jail. Right now, the average homicide suspect has been arrested 11 times prior to them committing a homicide." Very clear. We want to work with you to solve this crime crisis we have in our nation's capital. But we can't work with you if you don't work with us. Your position, it seems like, has been hands off our city. And that's not going to fly with the Republicans on the House Oversight Committee. I've explained what our legislative jurisdiction is with respect to the District of Columbia, and we take that very seriously. Reducing crime is a centerpiece of our legislative platform in this new majority. So I will close by, again, making the point that we want to work with you, and you're going to have to work with us, or we're going to continue to do and pass legislation like the bill that Representative Clyde the sense of urgency among both parties to do something about the escalating out-of-control crime in Washington, D.C. Now, with that and without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days within which to submit materials and to submit additional written questions for the witnesses, which will be forwarded to the witnesses for their response. If there is no further business, the committee stands in recess for 5 minutes, and then we will start back with our business meeting. The committee stands in recess.
It is the largest, but it's actually in action in Afghanistan. And I saw a picture of all these trucks that looked like they came off the showroom floor. Did you ever think about blowing them up before you left?
Gentleman's time expired. Chair now goes recognize the gentlelady from Virginia, Ms. McClellan, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, General Milley and Secretary Austin. And Secretary Austin, I want to follow up. First of all, I appreciate your commitment to meeting the comprehensive healthcare needs of all our servicemen and women. And I want to follow up on the line of question from Mr. Davis around mental health and suicide. And I agree with you, mental health in the military has been a constant struggle. And while we've seen some improvement, the suicide rate remains nearly 60% higher than the civilian suicide rate. Can you tell us specifically how
Yeah, so we're asking for $1.2 billion, excuse me, we're asking for $1.2 billion for support for suicide prevention. Excuse me, $209 million, I'm sorry. $209 million for suicide prevention. As you know, we stood up a commission to focus on this. They provided recommendations back to us. We've already taken some of those recommendations and put them into action. And we'll continue to work on the other recommendations to make sure that we have processes and procedures in place in order to be able to implement them.
So one of the ways that we can make sure we are addressing the mental health needs of our service members incentivized to provide it. But currently the reimbursement rate for mental health under TRICARE is dramatically lower than that of other comparable government health care programs. Does DOD have the resources to increase the rate of reimbursement, or is that something that you need us in Congress to take action on to raise those rates and help increase the number of mental health professionals who are willing to take TRICARE?
Right, we certainly need all the help that we can get in that regard. I've asked DHA to really focus on this specific piece of access to mental health care and do everything that we can to improve in this area.
And thank you. And related, a study published by the Journal of American Medical Association in January showed that 35% of TRICARE beneficiaries lived in an area health provider at all, within a 30-mile driving distance. What is the DOD doing to ensure that TRICARE beneficiaries also have access to a mental health care option through telehealth?
Yeah, telehealth is something that we've been promoting quite a bit. And again, as we continue to use that, we want to make sure that the right mechanisms are in place to ensure that our families, our troops are getting the quality care that they need. I think that's really important.
And are there any resources or legislation that we should be pursuing to help you to ensure more access to mental health care, either through TRICARE or any other mechanism that is not currently included in your budget request?
There's nothing I need to ask you for at this point in time, but if there is, I'll come back and ask again.
Okay, thank you. And then
I think we've done a very thorough scrub of this throughout. Continues to be a work in progress. I'll take for the record that question and come back and give you a specific answer.
Thank you very much. I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. Chair, and I recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Latrell, for 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Yesterday at 3 o'clock,
At Arlington National Cemetery, I put one of my teammates in the ground that was killed on a tragic parachuting accident during training. And at 4:30, I received a phone call that Senior Chief Mike Day, who was shot 27 times while on combat operations, took his own life yesterday. So all I ask is that you continue to, which I know you will, cherish our service members and our veterans and focus on the mental health aspect after these 2 wars.
I consider them to be transnational criminal organizations.
Regardless of vernacular, sir, that's the same thing in my opinion, is it not yours?
Well, again, they are criminal organizations. So.
Mr. Milley, thank you for your distinguished career, sir. And over your tenure in the military and your multiple commands, if you lost 50,000 troops in one deployment, would you be relieved of duty?
Yeah, I would imagine if I lost 50,000 troops in a single battle or deployment, I don't know if I'd be relieved. It depends on the nature of the war. You know, there were 2,000 killed at Normandy, and my dad hit the beach at Iwo Jima, 7,000 killed there. So I guess it depends on the nature of the war, but 50,000
one of our deployments, not
yeah,
initial invasion.
One of ours, sure, yeah.
Okay.
Think so.
If you were a commanding officer and you were not enforcing the ROEs or the SOFA that was in place by the leadership, would you be relieved of duty?
I would imagine that if I did not enforce the ROEs, yeah, I'd probably be relieved, I would imagine, sure.
If you were a commanding officer and individuals were coming into your AO and kidnapping your troops, would you be relieved of duty if you didn't do anything about it?
If I knew about it and didn't do anything about it, sure.
100,000 Americans die each year from fentanyl. 5,000 illegal aliens come across this border every day. Sex trafficking, kidnapping, drugs, gangs. In your professional opinion, do you think Secretary Mayorkas is doing it?
To actually make comments about cabinet members. That's actually in the Uniform Code of Military Justice.
Okay,
so
sir.
You got to respect that. But here's what I would say. Look, there's a significant crisis at the border. I mentioned it a couple of times.
Yes, sir.
5,000.
That's why I shifted to this line of questioning.
35,000 a week, that's a core. You've got about 1 million or so. Now, most of them, realistically, are economic migrants, and they're fleeing violence and so on and so forth. But not all of them. Some of them are not. Some of them are bad. Who knows where they're coming from and what their intent is. So that border crisis is very serious, and it's having a very negative effect on our society in general, and obviously the border states, but well beyond the border states. The fentanyl crisis is compounding that. Now, the question is, what do we do and how do we get about that? And that is a very complicated area, as you know. I think you have to obviously start right at the border, but there's obviously some things deeper into the so-called battlefield, if you want to call it that on this and get a handle on it quickly. This is being very, very destructive to our society as a whole. And I am absolutely agree with that for problem identification. The issue is, what do we do about it and how do we do it? We, the military, have certain skills and capabilities that can help, but the lead has got to be law enforcement.
I think the leadership itself, sir, translates nicely from military to civilian. And fortunately, on this side, as I'm assuming you will soon, and I'm a border state.
Sure.
And it's my people in my district that are dying.
Yeah.
And I wholeheartedly believe that the Secretary is skirting his fiduciary responsibilities to save the lives as we would if we were combatant commanders in any given AO.
Sure.
But I appreciate your position and how you have to answer that question. Thank you.
I do want to say my thoughts and prayers with your 2 fallen comrades. I'm surrounded by SEALs in my office.
I see one sitting behind you. Yes.
Right. Gentleman's time's expired. Chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Michigan for 5 minutes.
Thank you. We're almost done. Thank you for hanging in on 2 long days. General Milley, thank you for all your service. I'm sure you're thrilled you won't be back up here, but we're sorry to see you not coming up here. You've always been frank and forthright with us. And as Chairman Smith, or Ranking Member Smith, excuse me, said, it's refreshing to have that level of engagement with the Joint Chiefs. My questions are related to China, which has become, an in vogue thing for both Democrats and Republicans to talk about and agree on up here. Secretary Austin, can you help us understand what you think is going on between China and Russia vis-a-vis Ukraine? I know, obviously, we're not in classified session, but help the American people understand it, because they all watch.
There's probably some of that in terms of helping them to evade some sanctions and creating some opportunities for them. I do think that Xi does not want to see Russia fail in a catastrophic way. My thoughts are that he believes that that would be bad for international stability. Plus, he feels that as long as there's a Russia that can keep NATO and the U.S. Busy, then that works in his favor, and it keeps us from focusing on the Indo-Pacific. I don't think that that he has agreed to provide material support to Russia at this point. I do believe that that's what Russia really wanted coming out of this meeting, but we saw that she didn't move. Going forward. So Russia is enormously isolated right now, and it doesn't have many directions it can go in. They had a relationship before this started. They still have a relationship, but it's questionable as to whether or not she is going to lean into this in a fulsome way and provide significant support to Russia.
Great, thank you for that. I think my second point is really a comment. We have a new commission now on China up here. We have, hearings on TikTok. There's a lot of focus on the role of China, and I am as much of a believer in peace through strength as anybody, but I do think we run the risk of tipping into sort of a beating our chests warlike footing, and this isn't like a country like Russia where our conversations, from our agriculture conversation. China depends on us for 30% of their food. So I guess my ask would be, the Department of Defense does incredible work on wargaming, scenario planning, tabletop exercises. My ask is that you incorporate Homeland Security, commerce, ag, and the private sector, even giving them 1 or 2 day clearances to come in, so that the Defense Department can learn from them and they can learn from you. Because what I'm seeing is completely separate conversations where we make PARs in my district. The mutually assured economic destruction that comes from the US going to war with China is real. And it's as dangerous as a nuclear exchange. So that would be my ask of the department, is that we try to build out and incorporate other parts
this is a relationship characterized by competition. We don't want a contentious relationship. There needs to be guardrails on this relationship, and we need to be able to communicate with each other so that we can prevent miscalculation and we can manage crises. And so I absolutely agree with what you said. By some of the things that we say and do, we can create our own problems, and it could be a devastating problem.
Yeah, so we would look forward to, and I'm sure folks in this committee on both sides of the aisle would be happy to participate in that wargaming so that we avoid any potential with Russia. Thank you to both of you for your time and enduring 2 long days of testimony.
Right, Chair, and I recognize the gentlelady from Virginia, Ms. Kiggins, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I represent Virginia's 2nd District, we know that 80 to 85% of new recruits have family members that are in the military. I'm the daughter of a Vietnam veteran. As a Navy pilot, married to a Navy pilot, I've got sons who are at the Naval Academy and Navy ROTC that we're very proud of. So I just want to, for a moment, speak on behalf of all military moms and dads out there. I worked very hard to be able to look both of you in the eye and just to remind you that we entrust you with our most precious possession, which is our children. So please ensure that they have the resources that they need to be able to defend our great nation. And moving on from that, just talking about quality of life issues, I know that we've talked a lot today about housing, and it's been a long and lengthy discussion, but I support some of those issues. We need to do better with housing our military service members. I don't want to ask a question about it, but I just want to put in a plug for privatization. I know that we're budget constrained, so how can we think outside the box? We have a lot of great military, especially our enlisted men and women who are unaccompanied, you know, charging them for Wi-Fi and barracks. We've got 3 condemned barracks at NAS Oceana. This is unacceptable. Moving on from that, I know that Representative Whitman, who's from Virginia as well, talked today about the needs of the Navy and our capacity and our numbers, and he had some pretty disheartening charts that he brought with him. But if we have a potential war with China, will absolutely be a maritime conflict. And I know you've spoke about technology, but technology is only part of the answer, but it's not the answer. We certainly need to be mindful of the capacity, which includes maintaining the fleet and ship repair, which in my district is very important. I know 6 weeks ago, we closed 4 of our dry docks on the West Coast. We only have 22, we're down to 18. We literally closed 22% of dry docks. We now are down to 1 dry dock on the East Coast that can repair an aircraft carrier. So this is So what are you doing, and what is your just prioritization of ensuring that our ship repair industry just has the resources they need to be able to provide and keep these old ships at sea?
Well, thank you, and thank you for all that you have done to support our military, with your family, and certainly with your children, your husband. We're investing $4 billion in the industrial base in this budget. That includes $1.2 billion for submarines in the submarine industrial base, and the remainder in SIOP, which will help improve our infrastructure. We have to continue to invest in this and increase the capacity and improve the way that we're absolutely focused on this, and I think hopefully we'll see some returns on his investment here in the near term. So.
You know, last week we witnessed the 40th meeting between President Xi and President Putin over the last 10 years. President Xi's parting conversation with President Putin was explicit that their relationship is forcing change that has not occurred in nearly 100 years. We know the Sino-Russian Treaty, the 2001 Treaty of Good Neighborliness and Friendly Cooperation, was reaffirmed last summer and has now been in effect for nearly 21 years. So it's clear that with Iran and North Korea providing Russia with weapons and industrial capacity to fight Ukraine, the PRC is now collaborating with Russia and Iran on technology programs, and there's a convergence of strategic interests among these adversaries. So I just wanted to know, you know, from your perspective, our strategy, our overarching strategy, are we looking at these aligned threats? I know we look at them individually, the threat of China, the threat of Iran, the threat of
We certainly continue to watch that to the point that you're making. This is very, very important and potentially dangerous. We know that they have a relationship. We wouldn't say that they have an alliance at this point, but this is certainly something that we'll remain focused on.
Thank you, and I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, gentlelady. Chair now recognizes the gentlelady from the great state of Alabama. Carrie Sue, 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank you, Secretary Austin and General Milley, for your decades of service to this nation. Thank you so much for your willingness to endure all the lines of questioning. Mine actually has to do with what I think is probably the most important part of our budget, which is investing in its people, the servicemen and women who serve this great country. I know that both of you probably will agree that the strength of our military such as childcare and healthcare. I also am glad to see that the military is prioritizing diversity, equity, and inclusion. At the end of the day, I think it's about military readiness. If we want the best and the brightest to join our armed forces and rise through the ranks, we have to ensure that all Americans feel welcome in our service. Secretary Austin, you were asked a question by my colleague on the other side that you didn't get a chance to really answer. It was a question regarding diversity, equity, and inclusion training. I believe that it's been highly politicized. Not only is training for diversity, equity, and inclusion important, sexual harassment training and other types of training are also critically important as we think about the readiness of our forces. I also believe that it's more than just compliance related. I think that it does go to So my question to you is, does diversity, equity, and inclusion training negatively impact our military readiness? How do you see it? What kind of role does it play with respect to our armed forces?
Thank you very much. We have a diverse military. We will continue to have a diverse military. The military looks like the country that it serves, and it should. You heard the chairman say a couple of minutes ago that we are about cohesion. We are about being able to operate effectively as organizations and being able to operate in a combined way that creates advantage for us on the battle. They have to learn about their organization that they're serving, and all of that happens with some of the diversity training. And so, I think this makes us healthier, and that's why Congress asked us to do this back in 2020. And I think it's the right thing. And I think what we continue to do is to make sure that we remain a ready force. This is not all that we do. As a matter of fact, it's a fraction of what we do. We spend most of our time focused on war-fighting issues, and that's why we're the most combat-credible force on this planet. And that's why our troops are voting with their feet and saying, we want to stay in the military. The re-enlistment is as high as it's been in 50 years. And so I think all those things are important.
Thank you, sir. I believe that HBCUs and their ROTC programs are critically important. It concerns me that only one seems to be viable, and that's Howard. I know that I submitted a letter to you and asking you to come and visit Alabama State's ROTC as well as Tuskegee's ROTC. I think it's important that they understand that they have a place in our armed services, and efforts are being made to actually try to bring those ROTC programs up. And so would you say, I know that the HBCUs in Biden's budget and in the defense overall has $100 million in it, and I think that's a great start, but can you talk to us a little bit about HBCUs as a pipeline for strong military?
I think they are. I think there's certainly some $90 million at Howard, where we put together a consortium where, the students at Howard will work with a number of other colleges to focus on some issues that are relevant to the military.
Yes, sir. And I guess I'm just saying I would love to see some sort of consortium like that for Tuskegee University. I know Auburn University has a stand-up ROTC, and I think that there's some synergies that can happen. So I am excited about that money for that pilot program. Would love to see some come our way as well.
Yeah, as I told you, when I was at Tuskegee back in 2007, speaking to the students and to the president, I thought it was a real good idea at that time that we have more connectivity between, Auburn and Tuskegee.
Go back the rest of my time.
Thank you, ma'am. The gentleman from Guam, Mr. Moylan, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Austin, in the past hearings, the Department of Defense has made it clear to me that the extension of H-2B visas is needed to meet the Department of Defense construction requirements in Guam and the Commonwealth of the Northern Marianas, inclusive of ensuring that the deadline to accomplish the completion of construction of this Marine Corps base, Camp Ben Blas, which will house over thousands of Marines from Okinawa, which as a Marine Corps base has never been built in the last 70 years. Inclusive of this, to meet this deadline, currently by statute, the Guam CNMI H-2B extension ends at the end of 2024. Secretary Austin, I have two questions with this. First, would the failure to extend the H-2B create a risk that?
Yeah, as you know, sir, this construction on Guam is critical to us in terms of what we're trying to do to provide for the defense of Guam, but also make sure that we have the right infrastructure to support our efforts in the Indo-Pacific. We need those workers to be able to complete that construction. So the HBTU visa program is really important to us. And I would ask that we get continued support from Congress on this issue because it is important to our defense.
All right. Secondly, Secretary Austin, you'd actually answered it. You support the extension of the H-2B for Guam, which would mirror the completion of the construction of Camp Blas, which is scheduled for 2029.
Yes.
Thank you. On another note, Secretary Austin, I understand that my Guam, and that the waiver is with the Deputy Secretary of Defense, Hicks. Secretary Austin, please, yes or no, the reduction of OCOLA is driven by the department policy and not by law?
That's correct.
Considering that Guam is at the tail end of the supply chain and that the cost of living for both service members and the island's residents has skyrocketed over the years due to many factors, Secretary Austin, would you support keeping OCOLA status quo versus the reduction which was recently implemented?
I'll have to look at the specifics of this particular issue. There are a number of places where COLA is being reduced, and certainly as a Deputy Secretary has worked through this, as much value to our troops and our family members as possible, pay raises, reduction of prices in the commissary, so forth and so on. So this is important to us.
I appreciate that, Secretary Austin, and it's also important to our Rear Admiral Nicholson. So I'm hoping that this decision will be rendered on the waiver request submitted as soon as possible, please. Okay. And finally, Secretary Austin, on the provision of Public Law 117263, which is the 2023 National Defense Authorization Act, it mandated a 60-day timeline for the Department of Defense to contract for an independent assessment of the integrated air and missile defense architect in Guam. This is a vital component for the defense of Guam and is very important for assessment of my district and community. This mandate, which was created by statute. And once again, this is very important for my community.
Thanks, sir. I agree it is important, and the contract will be let by the end of the month.
Thank you, Secretary. Mr. Chairman, I yield back my time.
Thank you, sir. The gentleman from Nevada, Mr. Horsford, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to the ranking member. I was glad to see the large-scale investments in taking care of our service members in President Biden's FY24 budget by increasing service member compensation, launching universal pre-kindergarten at all Department of Defense education activity schools, and continuing to combat sexual assault and harassment in the services. We are looking forward to taking care of those who protect us. Secretary Austin, working group to begin the implementation of the Suicide Prevention and Response Independent Review Committee. Do you have a sense for whether you will have the right resources to implement those recommendations as soon as practicable?
I do, and this is something that we've invested in year after year. We'll continue to invest in it. I think the mental health challenges are a significant part of this, and we'll do everything we can to improve and in terms of access and the quality of mental health care that's being provided as well. But I do think it's important to continue to invest in it. So.
Thank you. And Secretary Austin, as you know, every day our military grows more diverse, and I believe it is critically important to color and our women service members. The Defense Department recently conducted a stand down to address extremism within the ranks. How would you assess the effectiveness of that effort? What are the lessons learned that can be applied for future stand downs? And General Milley, with the lack of propensity to serve among America's youth, how is the Department of Defense making sure that we are not missing the mark when talking about recruitment with women and with young people of color?
So I continue to make the point that 99.9% of our troops are focused on the right thing each and every day, and they're actually focused on accomplishing their mission and being ready to accomplish their mission if they're called out to do something. And so when we focused on extremist behavior and what the existing policies were and that we had on the books that addressed this issue, because we did have policies that covered this, but we also focused on the value of service and why we are serving and the importance of sticking to our values. So because of that, I've had numerous commanders tell me that, the ability to kind of talk to their units and interact with their units in small group and talk about some of these issues was very valuable. Now, once that 2 hours was over, again, they're on to the mission. This is not an effort to root out, any kind of specific person. This is just to make sure that our units are
9% of America's youth, and I say youth, it's 18 to 25 is the demographic. We're looking at about 9% of a propensity to serve, about 23% qualify to serve without a waiver. So the population pool is relatively small to begin with. And of course, there's other competitive things out there with job markets and so on and so forth. What we know statistically is that the propensity to serve increases exponentially with contact. So if recruiters get out in contact, but not just recruiters. We know that about 80 some odd percent or so, high 70s, of those of us in uniform today also have family members in uniform. So in essence, the all-volunteer force over the course of 50 years has become a family business, and we're in contact with each other, and people who know the military join the military. And then when they're in the military, they stay in the military. So you got 50% or 50-year high in retention. So contact, outreach. We've got to make we've got to help the American people become familiar.
Gentleman's
with the
time has
military.
expired.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Mr. Alford from Montana.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member, and thank you, General Milley and
Missouri, sorry.
That's all right. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for being here today. I know it's late. We're down to the freshmen. We're almost done. So stick with us. I do want to talk about the budget. I think that's why we're here today. I've got a few questions, then I want to deal in something else. But I want to talk about Indo-PACOM. It has a $3.5 billion budget shortfall. Secretary Austin, you did say that China is our #1 threat. It's our most strategic competitor, if you want to use that term. Why did the DoD fail to include additional funding to bolster Guam's missile defense system, enhance our cyber and networks defenses for our joint exercises and training in that region?
Invested $9.1 billion this year in the Pacific Deterrence Initiative. That's 40% more than we invested last year, and we'll continue to invest in the years to come in those things that we can actually execute. But at some point, you have to prioritize on what you're going after in the current term. So.
Modernization is really key for the assets of our military, including the nuclear triad. I'm honored to represent Whiteman Air Force Base, home of the B-2, soon to be home of the B-21. I'm fortunate enough to be able to go see that program in 2 weeks. It's exciting. It's going to be a great deterrent. The question is it going to get here in time to be a real deterrent for a potential conflict with China over Taiwan, whether it's 25 or 27? How concerned are you about
We have to have a capability for the future because China will continue to evolve in terms of their capabilities, but we have to be able to fight today and be successful. And I am confident that we have the right things to be able to be successful today, and I'm asking you for your support to continue to invest in things that will increase readiness today, but will also invest in future modernization. And so that's been our approach. We've linked our budget requests directly to our strategy. And so in terms of my level of confidence that we're going after the right things, I think we absolutely are. So.
Thank you. General Milley, I want to shift back over to the concept of the politicization of the military. Trust and confidence has gone from 70% down to 48% from 2018 to 2022.
And then trust and confidence. Then there's a neutral category, then there's no trust and confidence. The numbers actually go from the top #1 to #2. If you combine the two numbers, it's still trust and confidence. So the military still has a lot of trust and confidence.
It's still a decline, though,
it's
right?
a decline from the top to the second.
And it's not.
But I would argue that the American people still have enormous pride and trust and confidence in the military. That's the first point. Secondly, I do think that there has been politicization of the military. I don't think it's been by the military, though. So I'll just leave it at that. I think the military, all of us, from me on down, have tried enormously to keep the military out of politics. That's fundamental to the health of this republic. You never want the military in actual politics. Very dangerous. So we need to keep the military out of politics. We need to keep it apolitical and nonpartisan at all times, and we're committed to that.
Well, since you took over the chairmanship October 1 of 2019, is there anything that
Yeah, I gave remarks at the graduation speech at NDU a couple of years ago. When I walked from the White House to outside with President Trump toward what is a political event. Look, President Trump could do whatever he wants to do. He's a politician, but I'm not. And because I went out there in that uniform, that was a terrible moment for the United States military, and it gave the perception of politicization. It wasn't intentional. It was done by accident on my part. As soon as I realized it was a political event, I walked away from it. But I got to tell you, that photo is out there. It's all over the place, and that did a lot of damage to the military, for which I will always regret. That had nothing to do with President Trump or anybody in the White House. That had to do with me walking out there. It was wrong, and I knew it as soon as it happened. 30 seconds after, that's why I walked away. But that one moment was captured, and that was one of the things as an example of lessons learned.
Thank
you, General Milley. Thank you for that candor. I appreciate that statement. Gentlemen, to both of you, obviously, what we've seen with the security environment in what I call the swath of the Sahel is deteriorating. Since 2018, the area has experienced an over 200% increase in Islamic VEO violence in Western Niger, Burkina Faso, and in Mali. In Burkina Faso alone, we're seeing U.S.-designated terrorist groups, including the Islamic State, control much of Burkina Faso's national territory, especially in the northern and eastern regions. Chairman Milley, first, what's your assessment of the expanding violence in and across the Sahel? And second, as we focus on great power competition with China and Russia, can you discuss why we should care about counter-VEO and counter-terrorism?
Intent to strike either the United States or our interests in Europe or elsewhere. They haven't done it yet, but they have the aspiration to do that. The particular threats that you're talking about in West Africa are expanding. They are moving down towards the coast. They're destabilizing large sections of West Africa. Doesn't matter to the United States. Is there a national security interest at stake there? That's for others to decide. I would argue, though, that there are some key countries there that if they became destabilized, there would be a spillover effect. And that's why we have a limited number of troops working in train, advise, assist missions to help those countries secure themselves against those threats. These are al-Qaeda affiliated organizations, by the way. This isn't just a local group of guerrillas for whatever their local reason is. These guys are like ISIS. They're al-Qaeda derivatives. They have an ideology. It is not an existential threat to the
for their threat to any American troops that we have in that area.
Absolutely.
Secretary Austin, of that note, last year it appears to have been the deadliest for civilians in Burkina Faso, with the state experiencing 2 military coups, regional insurgencies linked to al-Qaeda, as the general just mentioned, and the Islamic State, and overt outreach from the Wagner group even. Last March, the former commander of U.S. AFRICOM submitted an endorsement to provide our service members stationed in Burkina Faso with imminent danger pay. And last week, U.S. AFRICOM, at a posture hearing right here, General Langley reaffirmed that our service members there should receive IDP. Secretary Austin, do you believe that the security environment warrants these benefits for our service members in those countries? Excuse me, in Burkina Faso?
I do, sir. And back to February 1st, 2022.
Outstanding. Thank you, and I appreciate that. Moving on, though, because I can't just let it go there. I've worked with my colleague Austin Scott on designated Burkina Faso, Chad, Mali, and Niger as qualified hazard duty areas to support our service members as they face considerable expanding threats in that region and providing them with tax exclusion benefits. Would you assess the security situation in Chad, Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger as warranting consideration for qualified hazardous duty area designation?
As we did with Burkina Faso, we're going to have to go back and look at you know, all of the things that go into the decision-making process on this, and where appropriate, we'll make sure we're doing the right things. But it's important to me to take care of our troops. So.
Asking floor to Mr. Mills for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gentlemen, thank you so much for being here today. As someone who's actually served in the military, we understand, and I think that you would both agree, General Milley and Secretary Austin, that if an officer has a dereliction of duty, there are many articles which could remove him for that reasoning. Is that correct? And do we understand that my definition and understanding of dereliction of duty is a person's purposeful or accidental failure to perform his obligations? Do we agree with that? And there's also willful dereliction of duty, which in my opinion is nothing more than a failure through negligence. Now, Secretary Austin, we have seen where we have failed to secure a course on with billions of dollars in weapons, armament, defense articles, millions of dollars in cash, thereby actually creating probably one of the most well-funded and well-positioned terrorist organizations in the world, even though our intent in going to Afghanistan was actually to stop it from being a safe haven of terrorism. We have Libya, which is controlled by a UN-backed government that faces challenges from militia groups who threaten the stability across the entire region. And we have Syria, which is fractured between the Assad regime, the Russian military, militia groups, and ISIS, plus the United States continuing to be the recipient of missile and rocket attacks that's resulted recently in the loss of American lives. And that's very personal to me. One is a United States Army combat veteran myself, but one, in understanding that leadership is to lead by example. And in my opinion, that example has not been very strong. That is why we have 8,400 people who is purged as a result of the vaccine, which I find to be unconstitutional, and support them being reinstated with full pay, back benefits, and their ability to serve their country, not the political agenda. But Afghanistan is near and dear to my heart because when I was running for Congress, actually, and before I was an elected member, I helped to conduct one of the very first successful overland rescues of Americans who were left behind in this botched withdrawal. And we also know that there was officers who were deployed and military members who were deployed, like Sergeant Vargas, and no rules of engagement to be able to do so. The idea of being deployed and going downrange without a clear escalation of force and rules of engagement, even after receiving a bolo and identifying the target, is a failure in leadership. In my opinion, this is willful. And that is why, Secretary Austin, that not only do I believe that you should have resigned as a result of this continuation and this path, but I myself perceive this as dereliction of duty. And I take that very seriously, especially for our armed service members and those who are looking for accountability as a result of this botched withdrawal. Based on my perception and having conducted these operations, and to not shut down and entrap Americans by taking over HKI, the commercial airspace, and abandoning thousands of Americans, not to mention our SIV and the friends of those who have fought beside us proudly and honorably, who are being methodically and systematically murdered now, who trusted the American people for 20 plus years, and the increase in suicide rates of American soldiers who spiked to over 25 after this failed withdrawal as a result of them feeling as if they had failed. That is why, Secretary Austin, and based on further hearings and investigations, I have already drafted my articles of impeachment for the dereliction of duty. I do feel there needs to be accountability at the top and at the highest levels. And I hope that we can get true accountability with future hearings and investigations and your testimonies that would actually either substantiate or discredit my beliefs. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman's time's expired. Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Vesey, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Secretary Austin, if you wanted a chance to be able to respond to Congressman Mills' comments.
Well, the congressman's certainly welcome to his opinion. We all thank you for your service. I don't take a backbench to when it comes to patriotism or devotion to our cause here or protection of our troops. I don't take a backbench to anybody. In the short 41 years that I spent in uniform, about 6 years, almost 6 years of that was in a combat zone. So I get it. And I commanded Bagram Air Force Base, so I know a little bit about Bagram Air Force Base. But again, you're welcome to your opinion, and so I'll leave it at that.
Yeah. I hear from service members often about delay or issues with their pay and entitlements, especially when they PCS duty stations. And I know that these delays may result in service members having to manage large amounts of debt, which in turn may negatively impact their credit rating and security clearance. I was hoping you could tell me what the department is doing to minimize these issues across the service.
Could you say that last piece again, sir?
I was wondering if you could tell me what the department is doing to minimize these issues across the services.
Well, we always want to do everything we can to make sure that we're responsive in terms of taking care of our troops. I expect that our commanders at every level will work to make sure that their personnel services are being provided in a timely and an effective manner. And those things that are systemic, that rise to our level, certainly our PNR
section. We obviously need to talk about quality of life infrastructure. And I know that across the department, barracks, dormitories are in poor and failing condition. As a matter of fact, whenever you go in at Codale, that's the first thing that they want to talk with you about before they show you anything else that's going on the base is the need for infrastructure. And across the department, and I know that this is not merely a matter of basic keep up. I'm talking about buildings that are long past their service life, buildings that do not meet the department's own standards and policies for housing service members. And I hear anecdotally that conditions in some barracks are so bad that service members fear for their safety and are worried that broken windows could allow people to break into their rooms. We hear a lot of people talking about this being a top priority for departments, but according to the last several budgets, they are an unfunded priority at best. Giving facilities sustainment funds that have been used as a bill payer across multiple administrations to fund higher priorities.
Yeah, your last point is the most critical one. It's to protect the funds for the sustainment of these facilities. We have 560 or so camps, posts, and stations around the world. Barracks are on almost all of those, and a lot of these barracks are in disrepair, and is probably in the range of 10 to 15% are at the lowest ratings. So that's the ones that they work on through MILCON. That's point one. Point two is in terms of privatized housing, or not privatized housing, but military housing, we got about 250,000 housing units that we're responsible for throughout the entire uniformed military at all those bases. Of those, a lot of that now is, almost all of it has been privatized. That is probably the best methodology technique, but we also also have to. So privatization is the best technique to do that for the actual housing, on-base housing, but that requires supervision and oversight by all of us, especially commanders, post commanders, to make sure that they're fulfilling their duties.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I yield back my time. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Georgia, Mr. McCormick, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all for appearing before us today. Particularly what I understand is your last appearance before the committee, General Milley, in your capacity currently. In order to trust that future defense spending is going to be used appropriately, I think you can see we have, with the Afghan veterans especially, just that we're held accountable to learn from our past mistakes. And I hope we admit that we make some mistakes. I'm cognizant that you guys have engaged in plenty of postmortems inside the Department of Defense. End quote. I was a logistician in a squadron, and I was in Afghanistan as a head of emergency medicine in Kandahar. My opinion would be strategically, tactically, and logistically, we kind of failed in this war. We talk about the money and military spent over there in Afghanistan and its usage strategically. We spent 20 years, over $2 trillion, and the lives of about over 2,400 Americans to take a country from the Taliban, only to end up with the Taliban owning that territory again. Before the withdrawal, I would make the argument that Kabul was probably safer than Chicago, and women had the ability to participate in the workforce, politics, and had relative freedoms that they no longer have. And now this country strategically is housing terrorist groups again. I mean that you both served your country honorably, but we didn't really give a fight. We didn't authorize deadly force in certain scenarios, which I think would have been appropriate. And I think the result was the single greatest loss of life in about 10 years, which I think we'd all agree was at least tragic. Logistically, we left behind $86 billion in military equipment, some of it brand new, which can now be used against us like it's been found to be used in Kashmir against India. I think it's fair to say some of it could show up in Ukraine if Russia's so deemed to purchase it from the bad guys, which I wouldn't put them above. I think we really need closure, and we need healing on this topic. I think everybody agrees that. I don't care if you're Democrat or Republican, we need closure, and the only way to do that is to at least admit that we made some mistakes. Ask, whose plan was it that we executed for the withdrawal, and did we have accountability for the mistakes made?
When you say plan, do you mean decision, or what do you?
The plan. Obviously, the decision comes from the commander-in-chief, but the plan executed, where did that plan originate that we executed?
Well, certainly the CENTCOM commander is the guy who puts the plan together. It's staff with the Joint Staff, and we integrate all elements from the interagency to make sure that it's supported. But it's Department of Defense. That's right.
Okay.
Well, if I could just make
yes, sir. Of course.
There's really two plans. Plan one is done by Scott Miller, subordinate to Central Command, so Central Command owns it. But that is the withdrawal. Of $84 billion at $7 billion, according to the CGAR. That military equipment was transferred over a course of years. That $86 billion, that's 20 years worth of military equipment transferred to the Afghan security forces. That's not U.S. military leaving that equipment. That's a little bit of a mischaracterization out there. So that's $7 billion worth of military equipment that was transferred to the Afghan security forces was left behind because the Afghan security forces dissolved. So plan one was the U.S. military departs, July 4th or so they did. And then we had to secure the embassy with about 700 personnel. You can't secure Bagram and the embassy with 700 personnel. And it took 8,000 personnel to secure.
With due respect, sir, I'm sorry. I understand you're making a good case, but
the withdrawal plan and the NEO plan.
Okay, so
the NEO plan is done by.
I guess my point is we made some strategic, tactical
there were
errors.
strategic mistakes made over 20 years,
Yes, sir.
and I can point to every one of them. There's a huge amount of mistakes.
I guess my point is,
Massive.
have we held any? But I have just a few seconds. I'm just going to say. I'm just going to say.
At the strategic level.
I'm out of time, so I'm just going to say I appreciate it, but I will say hopefully we'll have some true accountability for the ultimate decision maker.
There's a
November
large AAR.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from California, Mr. Khanna,
there's an AAR that's
5
being
minutes.
done, and we owe you
Mr.
that.
Khanna has the time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. General Milley, I want to thank you for your distinguished service to our country, and I appreciate both you and Secretary Austin sticking around till 3 p.m., commitment to the democratic process. I would argue that the United States Department of Defense has been the most innovative institution probably in humanity over the last 50 years. When you look at what has come out of the Department of Defense, obviously things that have helped my district, the internet, the mouse, GPS, has been the history of DARPA and other institutions. I want to make sure that we stay the most innovative Department of Defense. And to that point, Secretary Austin, I commend you for starting the Strategic Capabilities Fund, which is going to be investing in cutting-edge technology that could be disruptive. I guess I am puzzled, and maybe you can help and General Milley give us some guidance on how we solve this issue of getting funding to the Strategic Capabilities Fund and how we get more of the funding put into the purchase of advanced technology, not just the funding of the companies, but actually the acquisition, because we've got, almost $1 trillion which we're heading in the defense budget. Here we're talking about a few $1 billion, and yet it seems hard to get that funding. And the challenge with China one question. My question is just how do we get more of the acquisition into emerging technologies and asymmetrical approaches, and what can Congress do to help? And I love both Secretary Austin and General Milley's comments on it.
Well, we certainly worked hard to stand up this office because we think it's important to incentivize investors to help create the technology that we need. We've accounted for some of this in our budget. We're partnering with Small Business Bureau to make sure that we're pulling every lever. We have initiatives such as Raider, which is incentivizes small businesses to come forward with the technology that we've said that we need to help the warfighters. Been relevant for the Ukrainians in this fight over the last year. We're able to get that to the warfighters in really record time because of the initiatives like that. So we'll stay after this, but I agree with you. This is really, really important that we try to do everything we can to speed technology being introduced at scale where appropriate to support our warfighters.
General Milley?
Same thing. I think the importance of it is critical. As I've mentioned several times today, this change in the character of war is on us, and we are seeing the very rapid advance of a whole series of technologies that are going to fundamentally change how militaries fight, and it's not going to look like it did before. So, the faster we get after this, and the better we. Is critical, and we need all the help we can get from Congress for that.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Will the gentleman yield?
Yeah.
Secretary Austin, is it the position of the Department of Defense that we need to keep the 2002 AUMF?
You asking me if that's a decision by the Department of Defense?
Is it your position?
That's something that Congress will decide. So
if we repeal the 2002 AUMF, will it?
What I asked for is that we have the relevant authorities to do the work that we need to do against transnational terrorist organizations.
But the 2002 AUMF was about Saddam, right?
It was, and 2001 AUMF provides us what we need.
We still need the 2002 AUMF, you think?
2001 AUMF provides us what we need in terms of authorities.
So in your mind, we could repeal 2002 then?
That's up to Congress, but if Congress does that, then we still have the ability
to mutual interest. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Lillot, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Austin, in your opening statement, you referenced several DoD initiatives good for the quality of life of our troops, including access to child care, more affordable products at the commissary, and better base housing. And these are commendable advances, and I know our troops appreciate them. As you know, Mr. Secretary, another way we take care of our troops overseas is by having proper and enforceable status of forces agreements with our allies. And these compacts guarantee our service members certain rights when they're overseas, including rights Americans are generally comfortable with when they're under arrest by a government. Can you tell us, Mr. Secretary, how important you think status of forces agreements are, both with respect to troop welfare and mission accomplishment?
I think they're really important.
Want to go into a little more depth?
It's important that we do everything we can to go after the right measures to ensure those protections.
In the United States, if a citizen is arrested, they're afforded basic rights, like a right to a lawyer if they request one. Mr. Secretary, do you think that our troops overseas, if they're arrested by a friendly foreign nation, should also be afforded to the right to attorney before being questioned?
Yeah, and I think those things ought to be addressed as we work out those visiting forces agreements. But yes, I always want to make sure that our troops have access to legal counsel.
In a friendly foreign nation, when a U.S. service member's liberty is at risk, and when that friendly foreign nation doesn't have English as their primary language, do you think our troops should be afforded to the right to a translator, Mr. Secretary?
I do, but again, if you're,
They're at Ridge Alconis, Mr. Secretary?
I am.
Would you mind telling me a little bit about it?
Yeah, he was charged with the killing of a couple of Japanese citizens as a result of an automobile accident.
Right. No drugs or alcohol were involved. He was on a Liberty weekend coming back from Mount Fuji, I understand, innocently fell asleep at the wheel, which resulted in the death of 2 Japanese nationals. He admitted to guilt. He was of the understanding that if he admitted to that guilt and if he paid a restitution of about $1.5 million, half came from insurance, half came from his own personal funds, that he was led to believe that his liberty would no longer be at risk. Currently, he's serving 3 years into a sentence in a Japanese jail with subhuman standards, Mr. Secretary. Not dangerous conflict, if it comes, will be one with China and possibly with North Korea, and we understand and value that relationship. But the unjust imprisonment of Lieutenant Alconis has begun to erode that relationship, and looking how harsh our ally has treated the lieutenant, including being confined without any real basic rights that might be afforded to a U.S. prisoner, it's starting to erode that relationship and having a chilling effect on our troops. Mr. Secretary, a prisoner transfer request under the Council of Europe Treaty has been submitted to resolve this issue and to bring Lieutenant Alconis home. The President, the Vice President, and the National Security Advisor have all personally pledged not only for the prisoner transfer request, but also to the Alconis family. Is your department doing anything to execute the Commander-in-Chief's intention to bring the lieutenant home? Secretary, so I want to leave you with two things. I hope that the department continues to use all the tools at its disposal to bring the lieutenant home, but going forward that we negotiate proper and enforceable status of forces agreements that give our forces overseas the basic civil rights that are afforded to most Americans. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Finstead of Minnesota is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Secretary in general, for being here. I appreciate the time you've given us today and just really want to say thank you for your service. Both of you have touched on the importance of the industrial base and ways in which the President's budget will benefit and strengthen that. While this may be true in some cases, there's still quite a bit of a concern with the recent growth in our outsourcing of many critical aspects to our supply chain, and most notably, critical minerals. It's been widely reported that you can imagine that this is concerning for me, and so at the same time, we've really undervalued the critical minerals that we have here at home, again, including my home state of Minnesota. So, Mr. Secretary, what's your level of concern with China's newfound global dominance over strategic resources and critical minerals? And what concern do you have if we were to find ourselves in a position of direct conflict with China on that front?
Well, critical minerals are important to us, obviously. You see us asking for the monies to invest in critical minerals. I think we're asking for $253 million to support that effort. We're doing a number of things to reshore some of the capabilities that we need for our supply chain to the United States of America. So this is important, and where we can, maintain our competitive edge.
I appreciate that, Mr. Secretary, and I would just very humbly ask that you use that wisdom and knowledge to communicate with your fellow members of the cabinet and the administration to really hammer home the importance of us being able to provide those critical minerals. And we know we can do that right here in the U.S., and now is not the time to sit back and let others do it. We have to take ownership of that and control of that. So again, I appreciate your answer. I appreciate you being here today. Mr. Chair, I would yield back.
Gentleman yields back, and we'll take one moment as Ms. makes her way to the chair. Gentlelady from South Carolina, Ms. Mace, is recognized for 5 minutes.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, gentlemen and generals, for being with us this afternoon. And commitment to our country and to our questions today. I've been deeply concerned about what's been going on is watching the invasion of Russia and Ukraine, watching China line up with Russia as well, and looking at some of the technology advances that have been happening over the last not just a couple of months, but also a couple of years in cybersecurity and in AI. And would just like to ask you generally your thoughts on seeing some of the technology advances. My sense is, and whether or not too that we are ready, we have the resources financially to support what's going on within DoD with regards to cyber and the advances we're seeing in AI. Because my sense of it is that this is going to happen so fast, and we're seeing advances quickly and swiftly in ways that we've never seen before, could even imagine. And my sense is that DoD defense, but I am worried about China and what they're doing and their investment in AI and other technologies, and wanted to get your sense too of the technological resources that we have, the partnering with private industry and within the DoD, and how you see that moving forward. How do we stay ahead of China? How do we learn from what, the war in Ukraine and Russia's invasion and sort of this new battlefront? I'm curious to sort of get your thoughts on some of that too today.
Certainly share your concern on, in terms of our ability to not only keep pace, but stay ahead of advancements. And that's why we're asking to invest $145 billion into RDT&E, some $13 billion into cyber, which I think is critical. And also that will help us maintain a competitive edge. Now, we're not just doing things by ourselves, but we're working with allies and partners as well. And one of the benefits that AUKUS brings is that it enables us to not only work on conventionally armed nuclear-powered submarines with our allies, but we're also working on other things like long-range fires, hypersonics, AI, and those kinds of things. And so working together with our allies and partners, I think, is key. And that'll magnify our efforts going forward. So and some of those countries have great capability. So.
Congresswoman, I would say you're exactly right. Time is key here. A sense of urgency is key, and I try to mention that in my opening statement. The Secretary mentioned it. It's so important. In terms of time, I think we're probably inside of 10. Maybe we have 15. I don't think so. I think it's probably in around 10 years. The key technologies. Precision computing, artificial intelligence, and combined with robotics, and about 4 or 5, maybe 6 other really key technologies. They're all converging in time and space. The nation state that maximizes those technologies with a way of war and optimizes them in the military is going to have a decisive advantage in all the domains: space, cyber, land, sea, air. That's fundamental. This FIDA, this budget, is really critical to that, and maybe the next one. But this one has got to put us on the path to really transform this military into that operating environment. If we fail to do so, we're going to be on the wrong side of the curve relative to China or Russia. Both of them have access to the same technologies we do. Whoever goes fast and gets there first will have a decisive advantage, in my view.
Right, and I agree with that assessment, and I certainly don't want China eating our lunch in that regard, because it's important for us to lead and to win in that. In terms of the recruitment in this area to be able to fill some of the positions? Are we relying very heavily on private industry? Where's that balance of finding the right assets to help with and assist in that investment, those investments we're making?
You mean
recruiting for the military for some of those jobs?
For the military?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you've heard us talk about recruiting a number of times a day, and this remains a point of focus for us. I truly believe that based upon the things that we're doing, we're going to continue to recruit and retain high-quality people. And again, the fact that we're working and leading the way in some of these advancements will help in that regard. I think young people want to work with things like this, want to work in space and cyber, and so I'm
Operative days, members will submit additional questions for the record, and we look forward to your prompt response. With that, the committee stands adjourned.